Great to see you all again for the 9th meeting. Feels like a lot more than 9, but we're doing this again by Zoom, of course. And it's my pleasure to kick off the latest meeting of the New York State Climate Action Council. Today will be a marathon meeting. I hope you all have water and have a stretching plan and a walking plan. We're going to get through this together, 6 hours, with a break in between from 12 to 1. I'll lead us from 9 until 12, and then Doreen will pick up from 1 until 4. I'll turn over to Farah Anderson in a moment to walk through the various procedures for today's meeting. But I want to kick off by congratulating my great friend, Doreen Harris, for her permanent appointment as president and CEO of NYSERDA. Doreen, congratulations.
Well, thank you. Yes, it was an exciting week last week, and so excited to move forward in this new capacity with all of you. So thank you. Thanks, Basil. That means a lot.
Well, you've been awesome. I know you're going to be fantastic in this permanent capacity, so congrats. So Farah, would you take us away with some of the procedures?
Sure, absolutely. So I know we have a procedure slide, which we can move to, and I will just walk through, as everyone is fairly familiar at this point, to ensure another productive and smooth moving meeting. Just wanted to remind council members of the various logistics. First is remain on mute when you're not speaking, and when possible, join us on video. You can turn on and off your video by clicking the camera button on your computer screen. Please use the hand raise function using the hand icon on the screen to indicate you'd like to speak. We will ensure that everyone that is wanting to speak can be heard. To get that hand raise icon, you would click on the panelist participant button, which is marked off in a red box between the button with the 3 dots on the button with the camera and the third visual. When you're called, please go ahead and unmute yourself. And after you're done speaking, return to mute. One feature to highlight for the public today, as well as the council members, for anyone who would like to view live captioning of the meeting, you can do so through PowerPoint Live. Just click the link at the top of the screen into a separate web browser on your window, computer, or smartphone. Alternatively, we will also potentially show a screen here that contains a QR code, which can be scanned. And if you're joining PowerPoint Live, please be sure to stay connected to WebEx to continue listening to the discussion. And this is an accessibility feature. And note that PowerPoint Live is an automated technology service and might not always accurately capture the discussion. Members are encouraged to speak clearly and avoid jargon and abbreviations as much as possible to help facilitate more accurate captions. Please note that the live captions and translations are enabled at viewers' discretion and will not be showing up on screen through WebEx itself. And finally, for those tuning in from the public, there's a live captioning guide available on the New York Climate website as well for attendees with how-to user instructions. And finally, as always, for council members, you can send any technical concerns that you have throughout the meeting to our email address on the screen. Thank you, and back over to the commissioners.
Thank you. Valerie from NYSERDA, would you do the roll call, please?
I'd be happy to. Happy Monday, everybody. I note the presence of Co-Chair Sagos. Co-Chair Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Ball?
Good morning.
Good morning. Donna DeCarolis?
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Dominguez?
Good morning.
Good morning. Gavin Donahue?
Good morning.
Dennis Elsenbeck?
Here.
CEO Falcone?
Good morning.
Good morning. President Gertler? I know I heard him earlier during the tech check. We'll move on and check him again. I'm just noting that Rose Harvey will be joining late. Chair Howard.
I'm here.
Great. Bob Howarth.
I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Peter Iwanowitz.
I'm here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Chancellor Malatros. Okay, we'll circle back. CEO Quinones?
Present. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Commissioner Reardon?
Good morning, here.
Good morning. Ann Reynolds?
Good morning. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. On behalf of Secretary Rosado, Keisha Santiago Martinez? We'll circle back. Raya Salter?
Val, I just got a note from Raya. She's having connectivity issues. She'll be here shortly.
Okay. We'll just soldier on here and circle back with those. Paul Shepson?
And same for Paul. Sorry.
Maybe it's the S's. Commissioner Wisnauskas?
Morning.
Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Zucker, Henry Splitoff?
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. All right, we're going to circle back. Keisha Santiago Martinez? Any luck? Chancellor Malatros? Raya Salter? Paul Shepson? Farah, do we have any news on any of the four?
We are just in the process of reaching out to them.
Okay, great.
Val, this is Maureen. Keisha sent a note that she's running a little bit behind. She'll be joining shortly.
Okay, great. Well, even given that, Council Co-Chairs, I do note the presence of a quorum for today's meeting.
Great. I think we can plow through. Certainly, some of the early updates will be fine for those who aren't joining us until a little bit later. So why don't I get going? So the agenda today begins with the consideration of minutes from our last meeting, which is way back on February 26th somehow. We'll then have a few announcements from co-chairs very briefly. Then the bulk of the meeting today. You all got the recommendations from the panels, Ag and Forestry, Waste, Energy Intensive and Trade Exposed, and the Just Transition Work Group. So the chairs will provide on each of those a presentation of no more than 30 minutes, summarizing the work of that panel. And then we will open up an hour for discussion on the recommendations developed by this panel. Of course, as always, the chairs and supporting staff are available to answer any questions. Looking ahead to May, we'll deal with housing and energy efficiency, transportation, power gen, land use and local government. We'll move adaptation and resilience to June, and as well, we will also hear from the Climate Justice Working Group to provide their feedback on what they've been working on. The integration analysis will begin in May. And just a couple of questions up front, because we will have a very long day, I'm sure, with lots of Q&A. We will likely, I would think, receive some questions about cost and funding. Note that the integration analysis will provide us some insights on costs. Of course, we as a council should work on brainstorming those ideas, on funding ideas. There may be ideas that are not included in the recommendation. I would say it's fine to raise those, but let's not decide on adding it until we have all of the recommendations together in front of us. There may be some effort to either remove or reject some of the recommendations. I would recommend that we wait until we have all the recommendations in front of us and have the integration analysis before us as well. And of course, all of these recommendations, all the work of the panels will be uploaded to climate.ny.gov immediately after this meeting, so the public can dig deep into the many very thoughtful recommendations that are in front of us. And I want to thank all of the panelists, all of the chairs, and all the staff who've worked so hard to get us to this point. So now we will move to slide 4 and take up the minutes. The council members all received a draft of the minutes with the meeting materials. Is there any discussion on those?
Commissioners, Dennis Elsenbeck.
Sure,
I just wanted to note that I made a suggestion during the transportation session or after the session that we should include off-road vehicles as opposed to just on-road vehicles, so that we're encompassing every sector of the economy and transportation, construction, agriculture. I just didn't see it in the minutes.
Okay, got it. We'll make a note of that for today's meeting. And Jared, if you can make sure that that gets incorporated into the panel's discussion on transportation. Thank you. Any other questions or comments about the minutes? If not, we can approve. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Okay, thank you all. Minutes are approved, and I will now pass it to Permanent President Harris.
Thank you. And if we turn to the next slide, there's additional exciting news coming our way today. Commissioner Sagos and I are thrilled to announce 2 new integral members to our staff team to support the Climate Action Council and our work. First, Sarah Osgood has been named Executive Director of the Climate Action Council, and joining her will be Samir Renati as the Climate Justice Advisor. So these are probably, at least in the case of Sarah, familiar names for you. Sarah is an experienced public policy professional, and our group will be in trusted hands with her leadership. We are already seeing great work she's able to do with her managing of the Power Generation Advisory Panel. And now as Executive Director, Sarah will be working with all of you to ensure the success of our scoping plan process, engaging with the public and broadly to ensure that the draft plan is provided timely and accurately, as well as taking on next year's engagement of the public hearing and review process and plan finalization. So Sarah will also be coordinating regular plan updates in the future to ensure New York remains on track to meet our goals. Samir comes to us from Washington State, where he most recently led environmental justice advocacy and engagement work at Front and Centered, which is the largest coalition of community of color-led groups in the Pacific Northwest. So as the Climate Justice Advisor, Samir will support the CAC to ensure considerations for climate justice and the mitigation of impacts on frontline communities in the development of our recommendations and the scoping plan. And Samir has already been engaging by providing his perspectives on these advisory panel recommendations you'll be hearing today. He has also been working directly with Rosa Mendez, Director of DEC's Office of Environmental Justice, and collaborating with NYSERDA's Energy Affordability and Equity team, as well as working with many of the same key stakeholders and partners to advance our important work. So I hope you will each have the opportunity to meet with Sarah and Samir, and please join me in congratulating them on their new roles and welcoming them to the team. So I will move on, but say that this is a major milestone and one that I personally am very excited about, as I know as Commissioner Sagos. If we turn to the next slide, the New York State budget. We arrived at our key annual milestone in New York with the adoption of our state budget. I know many of you have been part of that process. We did have some significant advancement with a $3 billion bond act that will be presented for approval, as well as fully funding the Environmental Protection Fund. The budget is also supporting advancement of our green economy with investments to create 12,400 megawatts of green energy, helping to advance the goals of the CLCPA and, of course, for the economic recovery from COVID. Many of the headlines from the budget certainly do relate to our commitments broadly to clean energy, but also to labor standards for the renewable energy industry, constructing a transmission superhighway, bringing forth renewable energy projects, and supporting transit agencies' transition to electric buses. So I think it's important to note that through this budget, we are well poised to maintain New York's momentum to a green energy economy and advancing the goals of the Climate Act. So just noting that important milestone as we look forward. And now, as we pivot to the actual recommendations of the advisory panels, I will turn it back to Basil.
Thank you, Doreen. Next slide, please. So here we go. We'll start our deliberations on the work of the advisory panels. Again, thank you to the staff for their really hard work and the panelists for the really hard work over the last few months on all of this. Now, as a reminder, as I mentioned a few moments ago, the chairs will provide a brief overview summarizing the work product of their panel. And then we can ask questions, clarifying questions of the chair, and then engage in a broader dialogue. The product being delivered today to us is, of course, not the end of the process, but just another stage in the involvement of the scoping plan. These are fairly high-level recommendations, not fully flushed out implementation plans. They don't have detailed implementation steps at this stage or really granular cost information. But of course, once we get our hands around all these and move them into scoping phase, they'll start to gain greater structure. So next slide, please. And I will turn this over to my good friend, Commissioner Richard Ball, who will talk about the Agriculture and Forestry Advisory Panel. Richard.
Thank you, friend. And thank you, co-chairs. Congratulations, President Harris. And good to see reinforcements on the horizon. So great news there. It's great to be with you this morning to present on the Ag and Forestry Advisory Panel. The panel was made up of 18 experts in the fields of agriculture and forestry. There's a very diverse set of expertise that includes farmers, foresters, academic researchers, and professors, policy experts, and conservation professionals in the group. The following agriculture and forestry recommendations were developed by this panel, working along with DEC and Ag and Market staff support. And to get to this point, the panel broke out into subgroup teams to get really in deep on the diverse set of recommendations following our work plan. So the following work group teams were established, and quite a few meetings were held and convened and led by the staff at Ag and Markets and DEC. Subgroups included livestock and dairy management, soil health and nutrient management, agroforestry, avoided land conversions, forestry management, and bioeconomy. Following each one of the subgroup meetings, the full panel meetings were held to review and receive feedback on the subgroup's work. In addition, interpanel meetings to discuss complementary or potentially incompatible recommendations were also held. Our panel and our staff met with the Climate Justice Working Group and received thoughtful comments from the public through a public engagement meeting, and written remarks and questions also through a dedicated email address. On March 16th, we held our 10th panel meeting, and we finalized, I think, a very robust and comprehensive set of recommendations. The diverse panel reached broad consensus on these recommendations and left this part of the process feeling that their voices were heard and thoughts incorporated into the strategies that they recommended. I want to publicly thank the panel members for all their contributions and for their tremendous commitment to the process. It was really an honor for me to be a part of it. It was quite rewarding to work with them. I think you can see with this opportunity today that you're about to see that they considered a very wide range of subjects in a very thoughtful way. Very good minds around this virtual table working very hard. So I am pleased to present their thoughts to you today. Next slide, please. This slide shows the estimated agricultural emission reduction impact from our panel's recommendations. The first bar on the left shows the 1990 emissions of methane and nitrous oxide from agriculture in New York State, 17 million metric tons. The 20-year global warming potential for methane is what that captures. The second bar shows the estimated emissions in 2018, 24 million metric tons. The following two bars indicate the emission reduction goals by 2030 and 2050. By 2030, the goal is to reduce methane and nitrous oxide emissions by 15% from the 2018 estimates. By 2050, the goal is to reduce methane and nitrous oxide by at least 30 to 45% over the 2018 levels. While reducing emissions, other important goals include maintaining and enhancing agriculture, keeping agricultural vibrant and viable in New York State, and also avoiding leakage of agricultural emissions to other states, resulting in potentially higher global greenhouse gas emissions. The panel anticipated the potential for emission growth, which means that our recommendations include additional emission reductions from a business as usual scenario. This would be looked at more closely in the integration analysis. Further, as more research is conducted and innovative approaches to further reducing methane and nitrous oxide from farming activities are developed and trialed and scaled for use, these goals will be adjusted to include deeper cuts. These agricultural emission reduction goals do not include sequestration in soils and agricultural forest resources. The next slide will show these goals. And again, next slide, please. This slide shows the carbon sequestration impact of the panel's recommendations from forestry, agroforestry, cropland, grasslands, urban trees, and harvested wood products. As the graph indicates, these are negative emissions, which are vital in helping the state meet carbon neutrality goals by 2050. More specifically, the carbon sequestration goals include a return to 1990 levels of approximately negative 36.5 million metric tons by 2030, and increase carbon sequestration by enhancing carbon sequestration capacity in agriculture and forestry to minus 60 million metric tons by 2050, which is necessary to achieve the full net zero goals across all the sectors in New York State. Next slide, please. Although the full set of recommendations are very detailed, a couple of key themes became apparent across all of our panel recommendations. Reducing emissions from agricultural operations, specifically nitrous oxide from fields and methane from livestock, and carbon sequestration in forests and on farms. A couple of other key considerations were discussed by the panel throughout the process. Some emission sequestration sources require long-term strategies. For example, it takes decades to realize additional tree cover and years of careful management to build soil carbon. Also, agricultural emission reduction strategies have to be designed and must be implemented to keep farms viable, to minimize the potential for farms to move to other states, causing emission leakage and potentially raising as opposed to lowering global greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. The next two slides speak broadly to the agricultural emission reduction strategies. First, reduce nitrous oxide emissions through more efficient use of nitrogen fertilizers while still meeting yield and quality through expanded nutrient management planning and implementation on crop fields, vegetable fields, hay fields, pastures, orchards, vineyards, and other lands that receive fertilizer and nutrients from manure. Next slide, please. Second, reduce methane emissions by implementing manure management practice systems, specifically designed and planned for each farm, as the panel recognizes that farms are diverse and one type of system does not fit all. Practice systems such as cover and flare systems, anaerobic digesters, carefully managed compost systems, and others that collect, capture, and destroy methane or prevent methane production fit well within this recommended strategy. Next slide, please. Reduce methane and secondarily nitrous oxide emissions while achieving ruminant growth and lactation goals through precision feed, forage, and herd management. Many farmers are already doing this, but more can be done to fully achieve the emission reduction goals. This strategy requires comprehensive outreach and training to all livestock farmers to utilize feed management tools. Further, the panel acknowledges that additional methane emission reduction may be realized from feed additives under development now and if deemed safe for widespread and long-term use. Next slide, please. This slide shows the agricultural emission reduction strategies in matrix form, including the broad type of actions needed, the estimated range of emission impact, the relative ease of implementation, and cost. In addition, the panel developed 2 agricultural enabling strategies, which are those that will help facilitate the success and/or accounting of the emission reduction strategies that are noted above. The first listed, and what is reviewed by the panel and through public comment as a very popular enabling strategy, relates to the development and the deployment of new planning protocol under the state's Agriculture Environmental Management Framework. We coined it the Carbon Farm Plan. This planning track would be available to interested farmers, supported by technical assistance from trained local professionals from soil and water conservation districts, Cornell Cooperative Extension, and as well the private sector. As with other AIM conservation plans, farmers could analyze the balance between greenhouse gas emissions and carbon sequestration very progressively at the management area scale, or include all the management areas, resulting in an estimated whole farm carbon footprint. From the baseline, further analyses would identify practice options to improve the carbon footprint of a particular farm. The second agricultural enabling strategy involves establishing a comprehensive program for long-term annual monitoring and benchmarking of greenhouse gas mitigation, carbon sequestration, and adaptation performance across the farm. This would provide useful farm-level data and information that will allow a farm to hone their management and account for further emission reductions. This type of a program would support future policy, research, and implementation of management practices that are all necessary to realize or exceed our goals for 2050. Next slide, please. The second main theme of our panel's recommendations include increasing our carbon sequestration and storage capacity in our forests and on our farms. The panel identified a number of individual strategies to meet these goals. 1, averted conversions of forest and farmland, which is defined as maintaining and enhancing the state's carbon stocks and sequestration potential through avoided forest and farmland conversions to other more greenhouse gas intense forms of development. Forest carbon mitigation, which would establish a mitigation framework if conversion of forest land to development was necessary. Next slide, please. This next strategy relates to increasing carbon sequestration and storage while reducing net greenhouse gas emissions through soil health management practice adoption. Soil health is vital to maintaining and enhancing the viability of our farms and farmland. Further enhancing the health of our soils has many other environmental co-benefits, such as reduction of soil erosion, improvements to water quality, and resilience to climate change. The term adoption is underlined here as soil health management requires long-term and sustained efforts. Next slide, please. Agroforestry. This strategy deals with adding trees to areas of agriculture production, such as silvopasturing, alley cropping, and riparian forested buffers. Although the panel has broader reforestation and afforestation efforts, the panel felt that integrating trees into active agricultural areas or at the edge of fields and riparian areas takes a different approach in consideration. Like soil health, agroforestry practices have many other co-benefits, including income diversification, increased farm viability, air and water quality benefits, amongst others. Next slide, please. Forest management. One of the most important strategies for maintaining and increasing carbon sequestration is through improved and sustainable forest management planning and practice implementation. This strategy will help to secure forest regeneration, improve forest health, and restore degraded forests. To accompany this strategy, the panel discussed and recommends the development of innovative incentives for forestry and farmland owners to continue improvements of land for enhancing carbon sequestration and storage. One way to achieve this through a potential forest carbon market, such as the Family Forest Carbon Program that's created by the American Forest Foundation and the Nature Conservancy, where progressive companies are meeting their climate goals by supporting sustainable forest practices that also sequestration carbon. Next slide, please. Reforestation and afforestation. Very simply put, this is about planting trees wherever appropriate, focusing on underutilized lands, and increasing tree seedling establishment in already existing forest lands that are understocked. Next slide, please. Realizing the distinct considerations and benefits of urban trees, these components relate to increasing tree canopy cover in our urban and our suburban areas through tree planting efforts on both public and private lands. As with many of the panel strategies, urban forestry efforts have numerous other associated benefits, including reducing heat islands, improving in air quality, and increasing carbon sequestration. Urban tree planting efforts have with it unique and sometimes very challenging maintenance needs, but this strategy includes considerations of improved maintenance of urban forests and trees to increase both the longevity and canopy cover. This would help to facilitate the growth of and the maintenance of older and more mature trees. Next slide, please. Climate-forced bioeconomy. This strategy refers to the advancing the portion of the economy that produces sustainable, renewable, bio-based feedstocks, rather than fossil fuel-derived feedstocks that produce products that achieve both the climate and the social justice goals of the CLCPA. The bioeconomy subgroup of the advisory panel focused on building a long-term bioeconomy supply chain in New York State that can serve to meet present and future market needs. The recommendations from the group are based upon finding opportunities to substitute bio-based products for fossil fuel-based, such as increasing the use of wood in construction, using biofeedstocks to create solvents and polymers, and a strategic approach to using bio-based fuels. Creating markets for sustainably produced sequestration maximizing wood and agricultural products has the benefit of job creation, long-term carbon storage, and reducing our dependence on fossil fuel inputs to make these products we use. If there's a market value for these products that can drive down the cost of our sequestration policies, that's great. Next slide, please. This slide shows the avoided conversions, mitigation, and enabling strategies in matrix form, including the broad type of actions that are needed, the estimated range of emission impact, the relative ease of implementation, and the cost as well. The mitigation strategy listed here relates to keeping forest as forest, maintaining and enhancing the state's carbon sequestration potential through avoided forest conversions. The next three rows list enabling strategies. Number one, avoiding agricultural land conversions. That is maintaining and protecting the state's potential for carbon sequestration on ag lands through avoided farmland conversion. Secondly, bolstering local agricultural economies. And thirdly, enhancing local government ability to plan for land conservation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the carbon sequestration and storage potential in matrix form, including the broad type of actions needed, the estimated range of emission impact, the relative ease of implementation and cost as well. All of these recommended strategies have medium to high emission impacts, or in these cases, sequestration impacts. The first two relate to agricultural sequestration capacity in soils and by incorporating trees into agricultural production areas. The next three strategies relate to enhanced forest management and the increases in afforestation and reforestation efforts on marginal lands and urban settings. Next slide, please. These three enabling strategies were identified by the panel in order to help achieve the carbon sequestration potential in the forest management mitigation strategies. The first relates to the expansion of funding for peer-reviewed climate, forest carbon, and applied forest management research. The second relates to the development and support for the forest sector workforce that would enable an increase in forestry services. This includes programs that incorporate forest carbon and management into training programs and educational curricula at the high school and college levels. The third relates to the development of a state-of-the-art outreach, educational, and marketing program to foster a forest-based culture and economy to inform the public and policymakers about the importance of forest and forest carbon issues. Next slide, please. This slide is a summary of the bioeconomy enabling strategies. The first relates to the expansion of markets for sustainably harvested, durable wood products. This includes using mass timber in buildings to help achieve a high level of forest management, displace greenhouse gas intensive building materials with durable wood products, and to continue the carbon storage of those wood products in long-lived and maintained buildings. The second enabling strategy listed refers to the development of a sustainable biomass feedstock action plan that will identify feedstock volumes and production methods that utilize New York State biomass resources in a sustainable, sequestration maximizing manner to create replacements for hard to decarbonize fuels, while at the same time considering other uses for these feedstocks. The third enabling strategy, enhancing carbon sequestration, greenhouse gas mitigation, and economic development opportunities by increasing market access, by reducing barriers and creating competitive advantage for New York produced low carbon products. The fourth enabling strategy listed deals with providing financial and technical assistance for low carbon product development that utilizes low grade wood and other biomass residuals to create bio-based substitutes for fossil fuel-based products. The fifth enabling strategy, develop a demonstration and pilot project portfolio to drive investment in the bio-based products research, development, and demonstration. And the sixth enabling strategy listed refers to advancing deployment of natural carbon dioxide removal and the pathways that serve to create a negative emissions profile for bioeconomy products and other economic sectors. In plain terms, this strategy would strive to create long-duration carbon storage beyond net zero. Next slide, please. The following slides summarize some of the anticipated benefits from the panel's very diverse set of recommended strategies. Many of the recommended strategies strive to increase research, planning, technical service, and financial assistance to the farming and forestry sectors. This will improve access to programs and effective practices for all farmers and forest landowners. These strategies will also prioritize disadvantaged communities by placing emphasis on access to agriculture and forestry technical assistance and funding programs to historically underserved and disadvantaged community members. Many of the strategies will not only reduce emissions, but will also improve the resiliency and viability of our farms. These improvements in food production capacity, resiliency, and diversity will also have a very positive effect on disadvantaged communities. Strategies will benefit rural, economically disadvantaged communities, including those in environmental justice areas, by improving the forest-based economy and increasing job opportunities. These strategies will also help lower to middle-income landowners to hold on to the forest lands, maintain open space, keep forest as forest, and sustainably manage their lands. Urban communities in environmental justice areas will benefit from increased tree canopy and open spaces through increased public health benefits, better property values, reduced energy costs, and recreational opportunities. Generally, a community that is engaged in urban forestry activity improves the overall quality of life within that community. The bioeconomy enabling strategies have the potential to reinvigorate idled rural production sites, creating projects at existing New York State infrastructure that is able to support future deep decarbonization projects following the deployment of next generation technology. Next slide, please. As previously stated, most of the panel's recommended strategies include many co-benefits. To summarize those, farm-level projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase sequestration can also improve air and water quality and biodiversity that can elevate local food production and the diversification of farm income, which can lead to increasing farm profitability. Also, numerous studies in the US and around the world are exploring the health benefits of spending time outside in nature, green spaces, and specifically forests. At the core of these strategies are maintaining and enhancing our farms and our forests and connecting people to them. Making this connection will increase health benefits of New Yorkers and those who visit the state. Worth mentioning again, protected and well-managed forests and farmland have the potential to maintain or improve local food production, community resiliency, water quality, air quality, storm and flood mitigation, outdoor recreation, I think public infrastructure protection, drought resiliency, wildlife habitat, and scenic vistas for tourism. The market diversification and economic development employment also follows. Agriculture and forest land protection captures carbon in the land base, and it prevents future emissions from vehicle use from prevented sprawl development. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the health and co-benefits impacts to fostering and maintaining strong bio-based economy in New York State. Bio-based products will often have a safer profile when installed and from cradle to end of life. Bio-based products also have end-of-life opportunities that will reduce landfill wastes. Modular application of mass timber drives cost efficiencies for construction projects by shortening the urban installation time, which also reduces site emissions and nuisances. In the transition to electrification and for applications that are difficult to electrify, low carbon fuels can have reduced co-pollutant emissions as compared to fossil fuel emissions at industrial emitters, which is going to lead to health benefits. Many low carbon product feedstocks, for example, willow, provide ecosystems and bioremediation services during their growth. Low carbon renewable fuels may aid applications that are difficult to electrify and in the transition to electrification. Such fuels result from forestry and farming practices that provide other ecosystem and bioremediation services. Continued compliance with state and federal air quality standards and regulations will reduce the public health risks from low carbon fuel combustion. Next slide, please. The following summarizes our panel's consideration of just transitions and the impacts to businesses, industries, and to workers. Intergenerational family transfer on our farm provides opportunities to encourage and incentivize greenhouse gas emission and sequestration management practices. These strategies will include youth engagement, internships, educational opportunities, both public and private sector job creation, through the increased technical assistance and implementation. I'm thinking of example, climate conservation corps and tree corps, and potentially on-farm job creation. Forest management mitigation strategies would expand the opportunities available to forestry-based businesses in rural areas of New York by increasing the demand for forestry services, including natural resource professionals. Bioeconomy strategies would generate manufacturing and construction jobs, create new markets for existing secondary wood products industries, such as flooring, millwork, and molding for interior design. And mass timber also has the potential to be designed and manufactured in modular capacity in rural locations, creating rural jobs and safer, more efficient conditions. Next slide, please. New York's forest and wood products industries are currently directly responsible for nearly 40,000 well-paying jobs and more than $13 billion of economic output, and are indirectly responsible for another 53,000 jobs and nearly $10 billion of economic activity. These strategies are designed to increase demand for these services, which will create even more jobs over the solid baseline. The potential exists to create 20,000 new jobs in the low carbon product sector. This will provide significant opportunities for worker training, especially within disadvantaged and rural communities. Significant opportunities exist for worker training and partnerships with local labor unions and community colleges in the near-term efforts to decarbonize existing supply chains. Supply chain retention is a very important factor in preventing carbon leakage. Next slide, please. Finally, many other benefits and impacts were identified by the panel in various categories. Agroforestry, for example, woody perennial buffers are small, reliable practices that have a high value of carbon sequestration per acre. As noted before, certain practices like silvopasture and alley cropping have the potential to increase income streams for farms, providing an economic return on investment. Secondly, avoided conversions. These strategies will be supported by the Land Use and Local Government Advisory Panel's recommendation on facilitating and supporting collaborative, countywide, and regional smart growth comprehensive planning. Interagency collaboration is occurring to advance renewable energy development in a way that avoids, minimizes, and mitigates impact to prime agricultural soils and forest carbon stocks and ecosystems. Next, forest management. Maintaining healthy forests provides a multitude of ecological services, including clean air, water, and biodiversity. Sustainability measures already in place or being developed through the strategy are an integral to many of the proposed bioeconomy recommendations. And finally, the bioeconomy. The amount of material going to landfill will decrease. Building materials that sequester carbon will have additional market value. This may help drive down the cost of sequestration policies, and there will be less uncertainty in the long-term market for initial producers of low carbon products. Next slide, please. Again, I'd like to thank the Agriculture and Forestry Advisory Panel, the staff at DEC and Ag and Markets for all their hard work. I have to also thank the council for their time and for their earlier comments and for the consideration of these strategies. You can see the panel members listed here. They're a very diverse group. I was honored to listen to them and sit around this virtual table and hear their very thoughtful ideas, and happy to share them with you here today. I would also add that on deck, I have Brian Steinmiller from the Department of Agriculture and Markets, Peter Innes from DEC, and we're also fortunate to have Maureen Letty, who led the three of them, many of the subgroups, and they're available to answer any questions as I am as well. So thank you for your time and consideration this morning.
Great, Richard, thank you. So now we'll move to some Q&A and discussion. Just to keep things moving along, we'll use the hand function, which I see we already have several of. I don't know how they came in, so I'll just go in list right now, starting with Ann.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for all that information. I have a bunch of questions, Faisal, so you'll have to tell me if you want me to just ask one and let the next person go, or how you want to handle that. But
why don't you take it away? We have Maureen. How long do we have right now? Maureen Letty's tracking the clock. We have an hour, I think, on this. So
Yeah,
should be enough time.
20 seconds in, so you have loads of time.
Okay, go ahead, Ann. Whatever you have.
sure, it's actually really just three broad questions. But the first one was about the initial inventory, and I don't want to make you answer a question that's too complicated or long, but I'm wondering why the emissions I'm wondering why the emissions in the sector went up so much from 1990 to 2018. Was it an increase in agricultural activity, or was it a agricultural activity happening in a different way. That was one part of it. And then also similarly, why has sequestration gone down? Although I assume that's loss of forest cover, but that's just an assumption. So I was wondering. And then also in the inventory thing about the goals. So on the mitigation side, the goal seems to be to get it back to 1990 levels. And then on the sequestration side, it's that negative 60, I guess that's million metric tons of carbon equivalent. Is it assume if you reach both those things, 1990 levels and that negative 60, then that's the goal of carbon neutral for the whole sector? I think that's what you meant, but I was just clarifying.
So I'll answer the third one first. Yes, that's correct. That's the strategy. The reason for the growth, I think, different from 1990 to the last time measured, I think had a lot to do with the growth of the industry and frankly, different thinking about growing the industry. We weren't thinking about carbon sequestration, in 1990. We hadn't really come to grips with climate greenhouse gas emissions. I would defer over to Brian Steinmuller maybe for more details on that in the second question.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Ann. Commissioner, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head there. The general response. We certainly saw some increases in methane production from 1990 to the 2018 levels, in part because of the nutrient management systems that we have been implementing for water quality considerations. As we are storing more manure and avoiding daily spread of that manure, we are creating more methane from that management. Again, as the Commissioner noted, as we were doing so, we weren't really looking at the methane implications or considerations of that management, and certainly are doing so now. And these recommendations as well, have high emission reduction impacts due to different or alternative types of manure management.
And I would just add that I think on the sequestration side of things, Peter Innes may weigh in here, but we saw a tremendous amount of growth in New York State, which growth in developments and housing industry, and took out an awful lot of forested land that had previously been there. I think I'm thinking correctly there, Peter.
Yes, Commissioner. It was a combination of both forest loss and then a changing composition of our forest land. The age and composition of our forests have changed since 1990. But the primary reason is the loss of forest land. The New York plateaued about 1990 in the maximum amount of forest land we have, and it's been slightly decreasing for the last decade to 10 to 20 years.
Well, thanks, Ann. Great questions.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Oh,
just wanted to clarify, and to just be 100% clear, the sequestration goal that the panel worked towards in the recommendations for 2050 is the economy-wide, the 15%. That's we have our 85% limit, and then that sequestration total 60 million metric tons would be the remaining 15% to get to net zero economy-wide.
Thank you, Maureen.
all right, now I'm confused again. So that is, sorry. Can you say that again, Maureen? So it's not carbon neutral for that sector?
No, it's for the economy-wide. We're seeking to get all of our sequestration to reach net zero through farms, forest, land-based sequestration.
Does that mean, Maureen, that if you achieve the two goals outlined in here for mitigation and sequestration in this sector would actually be net negative? If you look at it that way?
We didn't really think about it that way. We kind of looked at them separately. The emissions the one side of the coin was how do we reduce emissions, and the other side of the coin is how do we achieve net zero as per the CLCPA for the entire economy. So we wouldn't see net negative so much as everybody would be net zero.
Yeah.
All yeah.
My line of questioning here is I was kind of wondering why the goal for mitigation was to get to 1990 levels and not to get below 1990 levels. And if it was because it was more an assessment of what was possible, or that because you were going to be sequestering in the sector as well, 1990 levels was as low as you needed to go to be carbon neutral for the sector.
It's the former. It was based upon a carbon farming study that was done by Cornell on what was feasible to be accomplished in that time frame.
Okay, thanks. I probably should have just asked the question that way in the first place. Sorry. So my other question, since I am not at all an expert in agriculture at all, Commissioner, I was curious though, it seems like a lot of the mitigation strategies like the precision feed and herd management is something you would do for cost-effective farming, and the nutrient management is something you would do for water protection, water quality protection. Is there anything that was in the list of mitigation strategies that is, I don't mean to make this sound negative, but something that you doesn't have those same co-benefits for farmers? So something that, like, if climate change wasn't a problem, the agricultural community would not be doing, or are all of the things something that have so many co-benefits that you'd be doing them anyway?
Well, I think I understand that. I think we weren't thinking necessarily about enteric fermentation and practices in a big way, which is basically altering the management of feed for livestock in a way that reduced the amount of methane that they emitted. As you know, cows particularly belch methane as they're processing grass and turning it into to milk. I don't think we would have seen the emphasis on enteric fermentation if had it not been for the concerns about greenhouse gas emissions. It was there. I think, farmers, over the last 20 years have been able to produce more with less inputs and in a more sustainable way. And this probably was, I know it was on a research screen somewhere as a way to increase production with less animals and less impacts. But this has really become a pretty exciting form of research. The savings are significant. The benefits to the farmer are significant. I think we were fortunate in agriculture, and certainly, my tenure here at the department, in that we're seeing so many co-benefits. We had already set up some pretty good programs with regards to conservation, with regards to climate resiliency, with regards to ag non-point pollution. We were already doing a lot of things that were taking us in the right direction, working pretty closely with our partners and my friend at DEC. We want water quality here in the state. I mean, that's to everyone's advantage. I think one thing that pretty much excites me wherever I go in the farming community, at educational seminars, and whether it's the NOFA conference or the vegetable grower conference or the fruit growers conference, as I walk into the room and look at the seminars going on, and the most crowded room in any of them is the soil health room, where everybody is looking at how can I improve my soil health? How can I minimize inputs? Use less nitrous oxide, for example, in fertilizing. How can I better use cover crops? And we find as we go along there that that's also going to help us achieve sequestration goals at the same time, get the benefit of increased agricultural production in a more efficient manner. So that really gives me an awful lot of confidence going forward that the industry is already tuned into that kind of thinking. And that co-benefit is just really huge.
Yeah, thank you for that. It is striking. The reason I asked the question is it seems like so many of the things would be beneficial to agriculture in any case, you know,
Sure. Yeah.
which is the good news, I think. My last question, Basil, and then I'll stop. On the sequestration side, I think the one recommendation that was made for the whole presentation that had the high emissions impact, unless I missed it, was the keeping forests as forests and increasing sequestration and forestry. And the biggest recommendation there was incentive programs. And I was wondering if the forest carbon market was the main incentive program that the group thought New York needed, or there was a whole batch of incentive programs, and that was just one of many. And if we did a forest carbon market in New York, is it something that requires legislation or new funding streams, or is it something that could happen administratively? And I apologize, maybe one of the charts said this and I missed it.
I'm going to turn that over to Peter Innes, but I first have to say that that's one of many ideas. And I would say that from the forestry side, the options there to increase sequestration potential is just dramatic. And it includes many, many things, including management practices and encouraging the management practices, not just on commercially managed timber, but on private landowners' land. So, Peter, you can elaborate on that a little bit, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Maureen can elaborate a little bit more on the carbon market. But yes, there's a variety of things. We looked at the forest tax law program in New York, real property tax law 480A, and looked at strategies to improve that, including the development of 2 additional tracks, so to speak, the creation of a 480B program and a 480C program. Those are going to require not only legislation, but they're also to get local government buy-in. They're going to need local government reimbursement. So 480A, the forest tax law program, reduces the assessment of forest land in New York for those people that are enrolled that have 50 or more acres. That to expand that program and to include different tracks would reduce the tax base of our local communities and counties and towns and school districts. So that's going to have to be looked at in order to expand that program. We know we have the opportunity to expand our stewardship capability to reach out and provide additional information and education to landowners. You know, there's about 700,000 forest landowners in New York State that own over 10 acres. And then obviously the ability to increase forest land by afforestation, you know, planting those underutilized lands. It's a costly endeavor to plant trees and to maintain them, to get them, you know, through those early decade worth of life, through deer browse and that sort of thing. Invasive species and deer browse are the 2 most important things that we have in New York for forest regeneration. So we have a lot of areas in New York where really our forest lands are not regenerating like they should be because of those 2 factors. So that's another area of incentives that we would look at. I'll turn it over to Maureen to talk a little bit more about the carbon market.
Yeah, sure. So the panel did look at these carbon markets that are kind of rolling out in different areas in different ways, shapes, and forms to try to see how landowners could be incentivized to engage in these practices. The commissioner mentioned the American Family Forests, the Forest Foundation looking to match up family forest landowners with private companies. So I'm sorry, Ann, if you said it was legislative or just administrative. I think we were thinking at this point of trying to keep the options open on different ways that could be implemented, but not really thinking of a legislative route, but more on the administrative side.
Got it. Thanks so much, Peter and
And
Maureen.
Ann, I'd like to, there's 700,000 landowners with 1 acre or more, but there's more like 200,000 landowners with 10 acres or more. So I had my numbers a little wrong there.
Thanks, Peter. And thanks for all the answers. And I'm good, Basil. if you-
Good. Good questions, Ann. Thank you. So I have the order here. I think the hands come in and it's arranged in order. Paul, you were next.
Thanks, Basil. I think I'm going to take Ann's lead here and try to ask 3 questions rolled into one. And I'll ask us to go back to that carbon sequestration slide, the 3rd slide you showed. To me, that's the money slide here for this topic. And I just want to make sure that, it's, the bar graph, that I understand what we know about those numbers. First, correct me if I'm wrong, the green ones are the estimates of the actual carbon sequestered for those years, and the gray one at the end, that's the goal. I'm wondering if you can tell me, what are the uncertainties on these numbers? What's the time frame that form the basis for the calculation? Do you consider a time scale that's, say, longer than the lifetime of a tree stand? And how will New York State go about monitoring the trajectory of this amount of carbon sequestered? What do we have a plan for the ongoing monitoring? This strikes me as quite an important and significant challenge. So those are 3 questions: uncertainty, time frame for the calculations, and monitoring or measurement.
That's a really excellent question, Paul. And can you imagine when this slide was laid over the first slide? Trying to look at it all, it almost made our heads explode, I think. So it was wonderful to separate it out and be able to ask good questions about it. So I'm going to ask Maureen or Peter to jump on that one.
Well,
yeah, I think we can both work on it. The 1990 and the 2018 are numbers from the U.S. Forest Service, and the dark green is forestry, where the lighter green is soils, urban trees, harvested wood products. So we're trying to parse that a little bit. The 2030 and the 2050 are goals and expectations based upon the recommendations, what the recommendations put forth by the panel seek to achieve. There's a degree of uncertainty for 2050 around, really, and Peter can help me out here, of like how much land we can actually plant trees on. Like what I would call the technical capacity that we need better data to really understand that. And there is also competition for land for other uses. So we have to sort of get more data to better understand that, but that is where the panel was seeking to go.
correct. We know that there's TNC has put out a reforestation hub that looks at planting potential, that they've done extensive GIS analysis, actually nationwide. That analysis provides an uppermost, in theory, how many million acres of land could be planted in New York. That actually, according to their calculations, is close to 4 million acres. But that's just in theory. That's like planting every available almost acre that doesn't have a tree on it now. We know there's about 1.7 million acres of underutilized lands in New York that have been looked at and established. But in theory, we were contemplating a goal of 400,000 acres of planting by 2040. so that you'd have 10 years, a minimum of 10 years of tree planting occurring before that 2050 timeframe.
Paul, does that answer your question?
I don't know what to say. It partly does about the goals. Just carbon sequestration is a very complex subject. I'm not an expert in it, but something like half of the carbon is below ground. What do we know about how long, what's the fate of that below ground carbon? How are we going to measure it? My first question was, like about the 26.5 that was in the past. Do we know that it's 26.5 and not 26.1, or, what are the uncertainties in these numbers? They're so large, such a significant fraction of our goals. I think the panel will need to understand, at the end of all of this, how solid are these numbers? If you put an error bar on them, what would the error bar look like? Not trying to be difficult, it just strikes me that this is an important issue.
Well, the Forest Service does forest inventory analysis and have been doing it for decades throughout the country. And those are the figures, as Maureen mentioned, that New York uses. So they have the expertise. They've measured, they have continuous plots that they've established in New York. And so that's their main method. We also are working with SUNY, both Cornell and SUNY, to look at this issue and to try to refine those numbers. So we have a contract, for instance, with Colin Byer at SUNY ESF and the establishment of the Climate Applied Forest Research Institute, because we realize that the numbers we have are the best numbers we have available, but we do want to refine those. But that research is ongoing. We won't probably have, better numbers for 2 or 3 more years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Bob.
Thank you, Basil, and thank you, Commissioner Ball. I just want to commend the panel overall. I think this is a truly excellent and diverse panel. I have many friends and colleagues on it, but you've done a fantastic job. Having said that, I have a series of comments and maybe mixed with questions. And with Ann, I'm not quite sure if you just want us to do them all now, but maybe I'll do them all now and we can come back to some of them in more detail.
Fire away.
So let me start with the conversion of forest land and loss of forest land, and forests clearly are a key part where we need to sequester carbon. And Commissioner, you mentioned the loss of forest land to development, which is a problem, but we're also having regained forest land for much of the 20th century. We're also losing forest land now back to agriculture, and there's a big carbon loss associated with that. So let me give you a personal example. I own a 100-acre farm. 1,000 acres next to me was bought up by a remote dairy farmer recently, and they took 40 acres of forest land that's 140 years old and completely clear-cut it this past winter, converting it back to agricultural land for growing corn and spreading their manure. That's a huge carbon loss. And I talked to the owners of that farm, and they said, well, we bought the land mostly for the open farmland, but it came with us 40 acres of forest land, and 40 acres of forest land is an incredible tax hit for us. And as Peter pointed out, that's below the level where you get tax advantages. There are huge tax advantages for the ag land, but not for the forest land at that scale. I have the same thing. I own 65 acres of active farmland, which I get great tax subsidies for. I own 25 acres of woodland, which I get just taxed very high on with no help whatsoever. So I think the details of how we tax that, and particularly for these smaller interlocking landowners, like my neighbor and like me, I think that's really, really critical. And I don't know if that's something that could just be done administratively or if it takes action by the Assembly and Senate. But I would ask us to consider that as part of our recommendations. On the whole carbon offsets and sequestration thing, the details really matter in how we do that. And I think Paul was asking some great questions about how well we know the numbers that are presented. And, the answer is, we know them as well as the Forest Service can do, and that's pretty good. But the bottom line is those things are incredibly difficult to measure. And there's a huge amount of controversy involved in how those are modeled. And so, I think we need to think very carefully about the strategy we're going to employ in terms of setting goals and how we will monitor progress towards that. We're not going to be able to measure it. We simply can't in terms of actual carbon stocks. But can we measure it in terms of practices or something like that? And I think we need to give that some very detailed thought. On the agricultural side of thing, I notice in the plot that's up there now, the agricultural sequestration hasn't changed from 1990 till now and isn't projected to in 2030. Changes are all in forestry. I do think we could do a lot more with improving sequestration in the agricultural lands, and I think we need to think creatively about that. Again, the details of practices matter, but one of the practices which makes a huge difference is the actual cropping system. And if you go from using corn, which is tough on the soil, and you lose soil carbon when you grow corn, we know that. If you go instead to perennial grasses or other perennial crops, you greatly increase. So, I would like to think I'd like to suggest we think about that level of detail and that level of process thinking through. Related to that, in these management practices, there are again, the details matter, and there are some trade-offs. So let me give you an example. I work on research on what causes harmful algal blooms in lakes, and New York lakes seeing unprecedented harmful algal blooms. We didn't, in the Finger Lakes, only 1 out of 10 had blooms 10 years ago. Now they all do. They're all degraded. The beaches are closed. It's a huge impact. People, hundreds of thousands of people drink the water. Their health is at risk from that. Agriculture is a major part of the source of those harmful algal blooms, and my research and that of others would suggest that no-till agriculture, which is wonderful for increasing carbon sequestration in soil, aggravates the loss of nitrogen from these soils and may contribute to those harmful algal blooms. So when we look at the practices, I think we need to do so holistically in terms of all of our environmental goals, the goals of the CLCPA, but also our water quality goals. And there may be some conflicts there, but I think we need to be very, very cognizant of. And then finally, on the whole issue of low carbon fuels, I can see a role for low carbon fuels, but I think we should be very, very careful about that. Again, the details matter. Growing willows on marginal land, which Commissioner Ball, you suggested as an approach, as a feedstock for low carbon fuels, I think that probably makes sense. Using soybean oil as a low carbon fuel for New York, I think probably does not make sense. So I'd like to see the council pay, again, a lot of attention to those details. So thank you for hearing out my concerns.
Well, those are great observations, Bob. Thank you for all of them. I think you point a lot to the need for continuing research on how you model and monitor carbon stocks. That's certainly that's huge, and that's I was fortunate, like almost 20 years ago, to be at one of those early soil health meetings I referred to, and talk about how, and the room was packed full of farmers. You may know Klaus Martins, who's one of my heroes about soil health management, and Harold Van Ness. And I remember, talking about there's things that we do on farms that just feel good. You reach into the soil after you've planted a crop of buckwheat or whatever, and just feel that tilth is better. And farms did things intuitively. And but how do you quantify that? And actually, how do you measure that? And are you making progress? And because it has to be able to be replicated. So, point well taken. And you'll see throughout these recommendations the need to continue to do more on actually measuring. And how do you quantify the sequestration of carbon in a cropping system that could be disrupted quickly by just reverting to another system in a year? So I think that you make great points. Certainly the low carbon fuels as well. That needs to be looked at very carefully and very technically and very locally. I would just add that I'm looking at my friend on the screen here, the commissioner at DEC, and thinking about those algal blooms and our efforts. We need to really go up to 30,000 foot to understand this. We have lakes in the Adirondacks with no agriculture and no housing around them that have algal blooms now. And so I'm proud of the effort that we started with Commissioner DEC and myself and the Commissioner of Health to bring in some good thought leaders from not just New York, which we have plenty of, but around the country, and just say, how do we attack this problem? Let's understand it in a better way. So I think you really underlined in a giant way the word research here and the continuing work that Cornell's certainly been good at, but we can benefit from others' research too. So thank you for those observations. On point.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But let me just add a little bit more on the harmful algal blooms, since I said that agriculture plays a role in the Finger Lakes. I'm pretty sure it does, but there's also a climate overlay. I think agricultural practices that worked in the Finger Lakes 30 years ago and would have been fine for water quality no longer are because of the more extreme weather events, which definitely aggravate the nutrient agricultural interaction. And you raise an excellent point that these blooms are in the Adirondacks and elsewhere where we don't have an agricultural source. And as a research scientist who works in that area, I don't think any of us really know what's going on. But one thought is that once we start to get blooms more widely in some of the lakes, the organisms which are causing the blooms they're evolving to become more damaging, and they're also carried from lake to lake by wild fowl, ducks, etc. And so the Adirondack problem may be related to our Finger Lakes problem. Hard to know, but again, I appreciate your language of using a 30,000 foot view. We need to be looking very closely at what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless you have anything else, I'm going to move us along. We're about a little over halfway through our hour allotted. We've got, I think, 6 others that are going to raise some questions. Bob, thank you. Dennis.
Thank you, Commissioner. Richard, thank you. Especially thank you for taking this from 121 pages to the manner in which you did. So thank you for that.
Little self-preservation in there as well, Dennis.
That's the way to live. So I think this presentation is kind of like one of those that I'm trying to understand, like a holistic level, what are we solving for? And some of it is, and we talk a lot about technology-based approaches, but if we think about it in context of, it's really the growth and viability of agribusiness in New York. So it's one of the reasons why I mentioned transportation, off-road vehicles in the beginning of this session, is that I think we just got to think about these more holistically and how these technologies fit together. Because it's a real opportunity for agribusiness to electrify in a lot of ways, and then utilizing location-based renewable energy supply. And so that's all I'd encourage us to really think more holistically and not just technology-based, because sometimes it just separates us from a more dramatic solution, and that is increasing the viability and the effectiveness of agribusiness in New York. It's just an observation or a thought. Also mentioned in the presentations was anaerobic digesters. And just, from my experience with those systems, they tend to fail economically because of utility interconnection costs. And this is another observation that I really want permeated through our discussions is it's not just looking at an anaerobic digester or whatever renewable source or whatever source of energy from a supply point of view. It's really the alignment with the utilities infrastructure investments. We got to kind of like always bring those together. And maybe this kind of like is not truly the group, but it's why I think having the utility task force involved, but I think they've got to be much more progressive and forward thinking. Oh, you're never going to marry supply and demand to mitigate infrastructure investment or the ability of using infrastructure offset as a potential funding source to develop a much stronger energy strategy on a location basis point of view. The last thing is that you mentioned some of the benefits of the strategies that you put forward is reduced energy costs. Although I think that's a great attribute, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the intuitive nature of that. So if there's something specific you can cite on that, or if we want to just simply say there's a difference between reduced energy costs and reduced energy bills. So Rich, I just wanted maybe a thought on that.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm going to let Brian Steinmiller take a stab at that also, and maybe Maureen, but you made a number of great points there. I can tell you personal anecdote on my own farm. I farm 200 acres of vegetables. I have a big cold storage and greenhouses, etc. And when I looked back, 12 years ago at my costs on the farm, energy costs, my single largest cost after labor was electricity. And so, I put the pencil on the paper like most farmers will like to do in the wintertime. And I wound up putting in a 95 kilowatt solar array on my farm, which takes up about a half acre of land. And it penciled out in 7 years as a good investment, going forward. But, the point you bring up about now, so the question about, energy costs and what's the real cost basically on the farm is one we have to understand in a better way for sure, for certain. Anaerobic digesters haven't penciled out traditionally for electricity. And so largely because of the in alignment with the utility infrastructure and the ratepayer costs and how do we come together on that subject? One of the things that we've done that gives me a little bit of hope here is that as we look forward to New York agriculture and the opportunities there, we came together with a new marketing program for agricultural products, whether they be wood products or vegetables or fruit or protein, called New York Grown and Certified. And, we worked with DEC on this one and with the Department of Health on this one. But we basically have said that we're going to have a marketing program for New York State, which tells people about local, which is, every state does that. But secondly, it tells people about food safety because we're going to audit a food safety plan on the farm to make sure that people can be confident about the safety of the food. But the third and the most important thing here for this conversation is all those farms, whether they be, as I mentioned, fruit, vegetable, Christmas trees, whatever, have to have a nutrient management plan in place on that farm to show how they handle nutrients, how they handle water. And we call it that, I talked about it in the presentation, AIM program, or Agriculture Environmental Management. We'll market the heck out of any agricultural product produced in New York State if they meet those 3 criteria and tell consumers that this is important to them. I think it lends itself pretty well to a thinking, and I can see this on the horizon here, some sort of how do we manage farms to a carbon goal? We have not done that. We've managed to nutrient goals and management of water resources, but can we look at that farm holistically and talk about carbon and climate And it's a logical next step to, I think, to our AIM program. But clearly, and part of the really kind of good thing about this Climate Action Council is energy is on the other side of the table. Transportation's on the other side of the table. Here's agriculture and forestry. Here's the environment. Here's some, pretty good experts in those fields. Can we put our heads together and come up with something that makes good sense? So, yeah, great observations, Dennis. Thank you.
Dennis, thank you. We have about 5 questioners left and only 20 minutes. So if we can obviously get to the point, that'd be good. Donna.
Thanks, Basil. Thanks for the great presentation, Commissioner Ball. Excellent work. Quick questions. Mine is really more, it really crosses all the panel presentations. Can someone speak to the 2018 inventory and the status of the inventory? Because I think, I see it's well labeled as preliminary draft, but I was just interested in what's next on the 2018 inventory. And then I guess my second question, it also pertained to the same thing that Dennis raised. I think it was slide 28 about the reduced energy costs. And I think you covered it, but I was interested in understanding more about what exactly we were speaking of there. And I'd like to just also add to Dennis's comment about the utilities. We know we have the utility consultation group, and I think they'd be very happy to try to weigh in and assist as we think about how to address some of the challenges that Dennis spoke about. So that's what I had. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Donna. I think your first question is just tailor-made for Maureen Letty. Sorry, Maureen, but
yeah, no, easy question to answer, actually. So we did host a series of public webinars at the end of March, kicking off the 2018 inventory process. So taking our CLCPA methodology and applying it to recent years. So the numbers we're showing here are draft. We're continuing to take comment and feedback on the methodologies to use, and we're going to continue to refine based upon that feedback and issue a draft a little bit later on in the year. But we thought it was important to get some numbers on the page to help the council and the panels assess the emissions impacts of the recommendations.
Thanks, Maureen.
Back to the energy costs on farms. Yeah, this is an evolving scene for me. I mentioned that, on farms, typically electricity, energy costs are the second in my type of agriculture anyway. And putting in 95 kilowatts, it's not a giant system, but I need 57 kilowatts personally at any one moment on the farm, for which I'm paying a demand charge for. And frankly, the demand charge enabled me to mitigate the cost of installing a system like that. And all of a sudden, a couple of years into the program, I look at electricity completely differently. I was fixated on eliminating any electric use on the farm. I was worried about forklifts charging. I was worried about lights being on. I was worried about all kinds of stuff. And now I look at electricity as kind of a commodity that I make. And so, you know what? Instead of heating greenhouses with a fossil fuel, can I figure out how to heat the greenhouses with electricity? That's just revolutionary. I've been anti-electricity most of my life, and all of a sudden I'm looking at electricity as a friend. So it's a change in thinking, I think, that we got to look at. And, how can we harvest electricity in a different way, perhaps, and use it in a different way? Now we charge forklifts during the day when we have more power being produced than we actually consume, and the extra power is going into the grid. But to Dennis's point also, do we have the grid that can take it? And how do we get it where it's needed? And that's why we kind of all have to be on the same page here. But so I don't know if I'm not sure I know the answer to that, but I see a very different energy picture for a farm today than I did the rest of my lifetime in agriculture. I'm looking at farms as not just creating food or products that serve consumers, but as a source of energy. for themselves and for their community? How can they be more sustainable into their own operation, but also, provide that sustainability for the neighborhood? I think it's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay. We have Gavin, John Howard, Peter, and Raya. Gavin. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner, for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to just build upon a comment that Ann Reynolds made earlier. You used the word in the presentation, forest carbon market. This may be more of a statement than a question, but maybe I'm just caught up in the word market, because I don't know, based on the presentation, what the commodity is. Because if you're going to have a market, you got to have a commodity, and I'm not clear on what was presented, what the commodity is. And then the second part of this is more informational, is that I hope your folks are aware that the existing RGGI program has an offset program for forest products. And maybe instead of reinventing a new program, we look to the RGGI program and what's existing in the RGGI program on forestry actions as a way to accomplish this recommendation. So those are the parts of my question I wanted to ask and put out there. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gavin. I would say two things. I'm going to turn it over to Peter Innes on that particular carbon market. Anytime someone says carbon market, I think my ears, a lot of people's ears go up. And what are we talking about? And what's that market going to look like? And I've had numerous opportunities to be in Washington, D.C. in the last month, total of probably a week or two, virtually, of course, and listened to Secretary Vilsack and talked about some of these efforts that are coming federally, more unknown than known, although there's some pretty good positive implications, I think, for us in New York. The carbon market that was mentioned in our recommendations really came out of an effort by the Nature Conservancy and a forestry group. And, that made me sit up a little bit too when I saw that come out of our forestry sector. But Peter, do you want to speak to that specifically?
Yes, and Maureen can also weigh in. So what the commodity is excess or additional carbon. So when you have business as usual, in a forestry sector, there's so much carbon sequestered. And if you change the practices that you do to increase that carbon, that has a value on the open market. And so, there are a variety of carbon markets out there. The one that was mentioned, the TNC one is one. The finite carbon is another one. There's Silvaterra is another one. So there's a variety of voluntary markets that are currently out there. And we have landowners in New York State that are participating that we know of. So.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll add to Peter's comments is that it was listed, I believe, as a challenge, that the measuring, the verification is complicated and it's challenging. And I think that is what prevents a lot of small landowners from participating in these opportunities. So there's challenges. It's not really all that straightforward, but we recognize that those are hurdles that have to be overcome in order to get particularly small holdings to be able to participate.
PNC also has the Working Woodlands program for larger landowners. We know that they just signed up the Albany County or City of Albany's watershed in that program a while ago, last year, I believe. So there are a variety of programs out there. And as Maureen said, one of the drawbacks of the larger programs is the amount of money it takes to document that, to inventory and document.
Okay, Gavin, thank you for raising that question. If you're good, we'll move to John Howard. Got about 10 minutes left.
Thank you, guys. Nice to see you. Two questions I have. One is the issue of energy intensive agriculture, particularly as we are on the boom in recreational marijuana cultivation. I've read several things, particularly from states, particularly Colorado, about a very negative impact on really on carbon usage and energy usage. These high intensity grow facilities that exist and may exist in any part of our state, in most urban areas or whatever. We have any answers on how we handle this new energy intensive type of agriculture?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question, John. I think at the Department of Agriculture in New York, we have spent more time on industrial hemp and than almost any other subject over the last several years. It is exciting, uh, and I think we got to look and see how it's going to land. I actually was on the phone just yesterday, excuse me, the day before yesterday with the commissioner in Colorado, and Colorado, Kentucky, Oregon, and our states certainly share an awful lot there. I don't really know the answer to that going forward, other than the market demand right now for those CBD products would seem to involve pretty intensive energy things. I don't know how to answer you yet, John. The jury's out. Um, I'm excited about the opportunities, but certainly um, we got to look very closely at things that require a lot of energy as we go forward. And does it make sense for New York State? Is that our market? Is that our place? Or does that belong somewhere else? I'm sorry, I don't really know the answer.
And then one other question I have is in the forestry realm. How do we handle the issue of invasive species, like the loss of ash trees? Now it looks like hemlocks are under some threat. And how does that balance with our need to increase forest acreage?
That's a very, very real concern. We've seen, a number of new invasive species, particularly insects, attacked our state in the last 4 years. Certainly, if you go out a decade or more, you can see more. That's a very real concern. It's one that we, Commissioner Sagos and I work together, our departments work together all the time on that one. It's a very real threat. We saw spotted lanternfly show up here on our horizon and land in New York State for the first time. Devastating pest in Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and New Jersey. And we saw European cherry fruit fly show up on our western border with Canada. It's part of our ongoing conversations with USDA APHIS. I think the thing to underscore here, and Peter Ennis spoke to it earlier, is that, in establishing increased forestry capacity in New York, and more to the point of managed forestry that's going to effectively and more efficiently sequester carbon, the two enemies are invasive species and deer browse. And so we're going to have to come to grips in a big way with both of those. With deer browse, we've got to figure that one out. We got to think differently about the way we manage deer. And I know DEC has programs with Citizen Task Force on that, et cetera, which we'd like to see accelerated. I'm sure they would as well. But invasive species are a very serious threat, and we need to make sure we don't get rid of tools that we have in our toolbox to manage our forestry practices to the extent needed to increase more carbon sequestration for sure. It's not the time to throw away tools that can help us manage. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, Peter.
Basil, if it's okay, could you just call on Raya Salter ahead of me? I do have some questions, but I think Raya was ahead of me, please.
Absolutely. We'll take care of both of you. We're not going to cut you guys off, so go ahead.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. Can folks hear me? I've been having some connection problems. Can you hear me?
Yes, Raya.
Fantastic. Thank you. Clearly, a tremendous amount of work has come.
Whoops.
Has been. My concern is that for the most part, benefits to disadvantaged community. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think you're back on.
All right, maybe I'm gonna try. Oh, all right, I'm gonna try and see if perhaps really, I'm just today. I'll see if connecting via phone is somehow better.
It might be. And don't worry, Brian, if for some reason you're having connectivity issues right now, whatever questions you have, we'll bring those in wherever we are. Can you hear us? Peter, do you want to pick it up right now so that when Ryan dials back in,
Yeah.
we can just transfer? Oh, thank you.
That's a
We'll
great
give
job.
you credit for being the gentleman, Peter.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation and the materials in advance. A really amazing amount of work, Commissioner, and all the panelists. I just wanted to, for those who are listening in, shout out to amazing work here. I have a couple of quick questions, I'm sure, and then one that's probably a little bit of a longer answer. So I'll start with the two quick questions I have. Farm equipment emissions. Presentation talked a lot about nitrous oxide and methane, but I'm curious not to see any discussion about emissions from farm equipment. You spoke eloquently of your electric vehicles on your facility there, and I'm just curious as to if there was any discussion about the emissions associated with farm equipment, farm tractors, et cetera, mitigation pumps. I was assuming there'd be some discussion there, but I didn't see anything or hear it in the presentation. Nitrous oxide, obviously a lot of concern about nitrous oxide and the emissions that are associated with there. So I'm just curious as to whether the panel looked at the issue of maybe an incentive program to sort of avoid nitrous oxide emissions through the tax of importation of imported synthetic fertilizers. Wondering about that a little bit. And then my last question, this one might be a little bit longer. And it might be broader too, because I'm a little bit confused with something that was in the slide, but then Maureen Letty presented on this whole issue and concept of sequestration to get to economy-wide net zero by 2050. It was in a slide that was up for a while. I'm having a little bit of trouble wrapping my heads around this because sequestration then sort of suggests that there will be offsets available or other sectors of the economy to use to supplant instead of direct emissions reductions. And I would love to sort of have this discussion to try to figure out, yeah, that's a perfect slide there, how that actually would work, because my read of the CLCPA suggests that offsets can only be used if DEC triggers an alternative compliance mechanism for that 15% of the economy. So in the case of electricity sector, offsets really don't apply. It's direct emissions reductions. It's a zero emission standard. And the offset language for that alternative compliance mechanism, if DEC decides to opt into that statutory allowance and create a program there, is really highly constrained. So I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding how this sequestration approach would then generate a lot of offsets that could only be used in very, very small areas. And I guess that whole concept is wrapped around the whole issue of low carbon fuels here, because low carbon fuels really suggesting an offsetting program of people reducing emissions somewhere else to continue to allow them to belch out emissions elsewhere. And we often know what that elsewhere means when offset programs are used. So those are my broad questions.
Well, thank you, Peter, and appreciate the thinking that went in that. With regards to farm equipment emissions, it was brought up, but unfortunately, there's not real viable answers everywhere in for example, tractors. The amount of horsepower required today, kind of haven't been that hasn't been where the investment in infrastructure in the farm equipment side has been. We went down a track industry-wide now, equipment-wide, of the more efficient, diesel engines, which did quite a lot. But certainly, I think on a number of our farms, the opportunity for electric vehicles to move around, maybe not the high horsepower tractor requirements, maybe not the high land use tillage required today, but certainly in harvesting equipment and trucks, and particularly in the truck farm concept, you don't need a V8 engine and 300 horsepower to move lettuce around on a farm or to move vegetables and fruit in from the orchards. I think there's great opportunities there. We acknowledged it, but didn't see the opportunities there, and we're looking forward, frankly, to the integration analysis conversation with transportation, et cetera. With regards to nitrous oxide, there's a tremendous amount of work and thought going into that all across in our conservation programs and our climate resiliency programs. That is being looked at. It was not looked at with the idea of funding improvements with a tax on imported nitrogen, but it was looked at more from an opportunity to manage nitrogen in a more effective way than we do today. I'm going to throw out my friend Klaus Martin. I stood on one of his fields in the Finger Lakes and literally on top of the field looked down on the lake, which was, gosh, if you poured a glass of water out on the road, it would probably wind up in that lake, and looked at his third cover crop that year that was holding the phosphorus and the nitrogen for his next crop, and thought, this is the way to manage nutrients in our soils through soil conservation practices and soil health programs and proper use of cover crops. Tremendous amount of interest on that particular subject, and obviously bringing in less added nitrogen to achieve good crop growth. That's a win-win. That's a win-win for agriculture. A lot of conversation about that, and we can get you more details if you'd like. On the sequestration slide again, that one requires just about a college degree here. So I'm going to turn that one back over to Maureen.
Yeah, happy to join in. And I'm glad you asked that, Peter. We definitely don't want it to be confusing. The intention of the panel was not to generate sequestration in order to populate an offset program. The intention of the panel is to increase sequestration for the carbon benefits. So this would be measured through the inventory and in the accounting process to see where we are as a state in increasing carbon sequestration to reach net zero. So this is not intended to be an input into an offset program.
Okay, I guess I get through when people throw around net zero, that means you're netting out something.
Right, and we will, the CLCPA does have the 85%, so we'll be netting out that 15, but it is not a one-for-one offset where any one particular industry or facility is given any, permission, I should say, to emit. It's just that whatever that 15% is that if we can't get there, this is intended to cover that.
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest that I think to Basil and Doreen, I think we need to dig deeper on this one because that's what the whole alternative compliance mechanism was created at the end stage of negotiations with this law, is for that very purpose, Maureen. And I just want to quickly add before we turn back to Raya, I understand from recent reports in Bloomberg News that the Nature Conservancy is undergoing a review of their markets program. So I don't know, that's definitely late breaking. I don't know if that was contemplated here, but it sounds like people are taking a hard second look at these sequestration programs, particularly in the forestry sector. So I'm happy to see that Nature Conservancy is, understanding that there's some limitations for those things, including the one that was mentioned with the City of Albany's lands.
Okay, well, Richard, unless you have any further on that point, on the TNC point, obviously any assumptions that we're relying on to this point, to the extent that they're revised, will need to be made aware of that and adjust accordingly. But let's put that on the list and put a more robust discussion of the CLCPA on the list for follow-up as well. Thank you, Peter, for raising that. Raya, are you able to hear us and weigh in?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we got you now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I want to echo support for Peter's question about really needing to think about this net zero and what this alternative compliance piece is going to mean and when, because it seems to also be a cross-cutting issue. And thank you. This has been, clearly there's been so much work put into this. And really my comment is, really a concern with regards to disadvantaged communities. It does appear that in most of the, in the how will this work with disadvantaged communities, there's a fallback on, technical assistance efforts, coordination with other programs, general benefits. That makes sense. I'm hearing that there's an intent to increase access and participation and improve overall standards. And it's a given that 40% of the benefits here, and I'd like it to be dollars, but it's a given that 40% will go to quote, disadvantaged communities. And this is a structural issue that we're talking about here. And I'll share a detail. I know it's a structural issue. My grandparents picked cotton on land that they were given after they were manumitted. They were given the worst land and the least farmable land. And there are issues that our family is struggling with to this day about this land. And so how are these structural issues going to be addressed in a cohesive way? What are the goals? What is the interagency plan? And what is what are the measures and, the social science measures and evidence-based approaches that will get to success? Do you understand the barriers here? Do you have a plan to overcome them? And I do think that this is also sort of a cross-cutting question in terms of 40% is a lot. 40% is looking to get at structural change. What is the plan to track this, to move forward, and to understand how to do it?
Great. Well, that's a lot, Raya. We're worth waiting for, certainly. Let me just say two things, or three, actually. Your point is obviously well understood here. Independent of this work at the Climate Action Council, I was in the South Bronx 2 weeks ago to put a shovel in the ground to build a food hub in the South Bronx. This has been predates me, certainly. It's been at least a 20 or 30-year effort to get a food hub located in a community with the worst air quality and the least access to food and the highest rate of juvenile diabetes and childhood obesity in the United States. So that's a personal thing. I think when we looked at the last NASS data, the National Ag Statistics Service, we saw that the number of minority farmers and minority farm-owned land actually went down. So very familiar with the issue around heirs property, very familiar with the concerns about USDA and Farm Service Agency's practices that help to achieve that horrible goal. To that end, 2 years ago, we suggested to the governor that we look at diversity and racial equity in agriculture and have convened a work group, again, separate from this work group, listening to minority BIPOC farmers about, listening first, and then looking at recommendations. We're actually putting the recommendations together and submitting them to the governor as we speak. But it's very much about connecting the dots between certainly New York State, wealthy in resources, good land, good farmers, access to education and agriculture, and access to food being definitely dots that need to be connected. So independent of what we're doing here today, those are efforts that are very important to us personally at the Department of Ag, certainly, and Department of Health. But I think for our purposes here as we go forward, we're going to look at access to land, access to capital, access to training in agriculture in a very big way. We invited the dean at Cornell, president of one of our SUNY Cobleskill land grant schools, the Farm Credit Institution. We invited our farmland trust people. We invited everybody we could think of that had some piece of this puzzle to that work group. Here, I think as we get into the integration analysis, your points need to be made over and over again. So we make sure that everyone in New York benefits from the work of this council. And I think a lot of work remains ahead of us. but I appreciate your points very much.
Great. Richard, thank you. Really well done today. We'll have more discussion on this. And certainly on that point, to Rye's point, we have the opportunity to raise this with the Climate Justice Working Group at the June meeting. And that'll be a big focus of both the integration analysis and certainly the work they turn over to us in terms of the disadvantaged communities definition and everything else we're doing. Okay, great. So everyone take a deep breath, stretch a little bit. We're going to turn it over to Martin Brand, who's going to talk about waste. If you could advance the slides to Martin's waste slide, that would be great. And Martin, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I see we're already a little behind, so I'm going to go even faster than I had originally intended. So you're going to change from the dulcet tones of Commissioner Ball to my rapid fire style. So buckle your seatbelts there. So thank you very much. We can go to the next slide. All right, so we're going to touch on some of these key areas here that the waste panel looked at over the last few months here. We're going to talk about a number of the recommendations that target the key areas, which is really reducing methane generating wastes from disposal, identification and capture of fugitive methane emissions, and look at a number of reduction and reuse strategies to reduce the amount of waste that's produced in the first place. Look at some support and enhanced programs for domestic recycling markets, with an idea that we're going to reduce methane emissions to the maximum extent practical, transform some of the key areas where we have traditionally managed waste in the state, and at the same time with an eye on social impact. So there's some opportunities here for green jobs, decreasing the food insecurity issues around the New York State, reducing some of those traditional impacts associated with solid waste infrastructure like truck traffic and noise and odors and co-pollutants and those type of things. So next slide. As Commissioner Ball noted, we had a tremendous panel as well, 15 members from a variety of areas within the waste sector, whether it's industry, municipalities, affected communities, community leaders and champions and local scale activities, the wastewater field. Really had a good group. It was very active and very engaged. We had 8 full panel public meetings, one of which was specifically focused on public engagement. We divided our group up into a number of different subgroups that each met often and had good spirited discussions. So we broke them up into landfills and organics, materials management, water resource recovery facilities, and local scale diversion and climate justice. And we also had a number of discussions with our other panels. Some of them were a little more formal with some of the panel members, and others were at the staff level. But certainly we've identified, as all of the other panels did, a number of cross-cutting issues that needed some discussion and alignment. So you can see here some of the groups that we had, very good discussions with, and particularly Agriture Forestry, as we shared a number of the same ideas, transportation, power generation, and the like. Next slide, please. So just to start you off with this, I'm just going to review really quickly what we do for solid waste in New York, just so you understand the scale of the issue. So one of the things we always talk about is the waste management hierarchy. This is a figure that we often show. This is part of our state solid waste management plan. Some of you on the council are familiar with this, but essentially it's a hierarchy of how you handle waste. So it starts with source reduction and reuse. So that's the typical sort of waste avoidance, if you will, at the top. And moving down through, as you drop in preference to recycling, composting, energy recovery, things like combustors, and all the way down to the treatment and disposal, which is the landfills. And this is really one of the guiding principles that we use throughout the panel discussions. So all our strategies are based on and consistent with this well-established hierarchy of waste management in New York State. So I'll talk about that again as we go through. Next slide. Just to give you a sense, this is what municipal solid waste looks like. This is the waste that comes out of the households, comes out of the residential areas, and in some cases, some of the commercial facilities. But you can see here, some of the traditional recyclable materials, glass, plastics, metals, those type of things. But you see a large component of the waste that we produce is methane generating, greenhouse gas generating. And we focused a lot of our recommendations on capturing this waste stream to the maximum extent possible. So you can see the paper there, organics, textiles, wood, all of that, adds up to a fairly significant component of the waste stream in New York that we think will really lead to significant emissions reductions if handled in a more aggressive way. Next slide. So what's the problem here? Well, we have disposal of landfills or combustors. They release greenhouse gas as the waste decays. We're always developing new products. So we have to look at ways of doing that in a sustainable way, in the least impactful way. We're always manufacturing things. So we have to look at some of the upstream potentials, look at the byproducts created and the energy expended during processing. So these are some of the problems we looked at in the panel as we move forward and develop strategies to mitigate some of these problems. Next slide. So we generate a lot of waste in New York. This is the MSW's numbers, 18 million tons per year. So to give you a little sense on how this is handled: landfills, combustion, export to other facilities outside of state, and recycled and or composted. So you can see it's a big issue in New York, big waste stream, a lot of pieces and parts. Next slide. And again, how's it handled? Well, it's handled in landfills, as we know. It's disposed of in municipal solid waste combustors and waste to energy facilities. We manage a significant quantity of biosolids each year. And next slide. And again, here's some roll up of the numbers. This is just management within New York State. So you see the landfills handle about 12.5 million tons, recycling facilities, material recovery facilities, construction and demolition debris is a huge number here, in the transfer stations. There's some double counting here, obviously. But again, the waste is generated, handled in different ways, disposed of in different ways, and has different end uses. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. This shows visually sort of what our estimated greenhouse gas emissions reduction potential would be if we implement the aggressive strategies that we have in our recommendations. I'm going to go right to the next slide because that actually shows a little bit better where we're gaining our emissions reductions. So here you see the 1990 levels to 2018 levels, 2030 and 2050, and you can see that the landfills really are the area where we can get the most gain from emission reductions using our strategies. Combustors stay about the same, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So the biological component is essentially flat, or maybe a mild increase, and I can talk about that as well. And then the wastewater sector has some real opportunities here, not only to capture emissions, but also provide beneficial products going forward. And all of these, based on our calculations from the strategies, will yield to a total reduction of approximately 18% by 2030. That's from the 1990 numbers, and about 71% by 2050. Next slide. And some of the ideas that we put into this, some of the guiding assumptions, and these are meant to show some of the aggressive initiatives that came out of the panel discussion to divert organics from landfills, reduce methane leaks, and generally reduce emissions reductions. So they're based on aggressive goals that we established a number of years ago in the New York State Solid Waste Management Plan. Again, 90% paper recycling, 65% food waste diversion by 2030. Combustion with no real reductions projected there, because of the way that the MSW structure works in New York State, as we divert waste from landfills, is going to be some component that will continue to have to be disposed of, and there's some greenhouse gas net benefits from combustion versus landfills. Again, we'll talk about that in a bit more. Biological, enhanced composting, regional anaerobic digesters and the like, elimination of leaks at a fairly aggressive rate, and then a transformation of our wastewater treatment facilities into water resource recovery facilities. And you can see some of the aggressive numbers here in terms of leaks eliminated, fugitive emissions captured, and some of the septic conversions. We think these are doable. Certainly could probably improve on some of these depending on how we do in terms of implementation, but these are the kind of assumptions that went into the greenhouse gas emissions reductions calculations. Next slide. So again, I'll just touch on the key themes again. Then there's a number of specific slides. Again, given our timing, I'm going to zoom through those specific slides. So I'm going to touch on the kind of the high levels as we go through this. But here are the key themes again. Organic reduction and recycling. That's, you saw that waste composition. That's the big low-hanging fruit. Extended producer responsibility, product stewardship, capture more methane generated waste before they end up in the disposal process. Fugitive emissions from landfills, anaerobic digesters, and other facilities. Enhanced domestic recycling facilities and improve markets for recovered resources. We'll talk a little bit about biogas and some of the potential there for limited and strategic use. Moving forward, we'll talk about some fairly granular waste reduction, reuse, and recycling initiatives, end-of-life management of appliances for refrigerants, further research, and then some opportunities for green jobs development. Next. And again, we'll talk a little bit about wastewater treatment plants and a little bit of a transforming set of principles to really transform these facilities from waste disposal to more of a beneficial product capture scenario. And again, with addressing fugitive emissions and conversion of septic systems over, which will reduce emissions overall. Next slide. Next, please. Okay, organics reduction and recycling. So reduce methane, carbon dioxide emissions by reducing the combustion and landfilling of organics. Next slide. So a number of supporting recommendations here. As many of you know, we are going through the regulatory process now for the Food Donation and Food Scraps Recycling Law that was passed a year ago, which has some fairly aggressive and new strategies to capture useful food, to eliminate food insecurity, but also to properly manage that very large portion of the waste stream, which is up to 30% of the municipal solid waste. So we want to look at expansion and amendment of that law after allowing some time for the first portion of it to take effect and develop some performance data. We looked very closely at organic source separation requirements with an eventual ban on disposal of organic wastes in landfills and combustors. As many of you know, we have statutory source separation requirements for those traditional recyclables like glass and plastic. And we wanted to phase in similar requirements to pull that organic material out of the waste stream before it ends up in disposal fee. There's a number of financial things that go along with this. One is a surcharge, a fee per ton on waste disposed to provide financial support for reduction, reuse, and recycling products. That's a program that's in place in 28 states, and it provides not only revenue support for enhanced projects, but also it can be tailored to provide incentive to divert, again, additional organic and greenhouse gas generating wastes away from the disposal facilities. Next slide. And again, here's some additional supporting recommendations to enable additional organics diversion. So enhance some of the education and outreach to schools and other institutions for food waste reduction, food donation, recycling programs. enhance public-private partnerships for organic recycling facility development, co-location of solid waste infrastructure, particularly in places where we can capture more food donations, but also incorporate things like composting. Next slide. There's a number of very granular recommendations here to help us not only divert food waste away from landfills, but also to help again with food donation, food insecurity issues. So things like good labeling, best by food labeling, looking at inventory controls and production in stores and other food generating facilities. To look at, again, this co-location of food donation and composting for streamlined waste diversion. And there's a number of very interesting, exciting programs that are included in this to really look at multifamily buildings and public housing in our urban settings in New York and New York City in particular, but expanding this out statewide. There, members of our panel came up with some really interesting local models for successful enhancement of not only organics collection, but traditional recyclables as well. So you'd see a number of these proposals scattered throughout our recommendations to really develop this notion of local champions, local access in some of the underperforming urban areas where the recycling rates are low. Next slide. And again, more granular recommendations to increase that food waste, organic waste collection and eventual beneficial use, waste tracking in restaurants, encourage composting in municipal parklands, and finding beneficial outlets for that compost product. Next slide. Extended producer responsibility. So we have a number of EPR and product stewardship requirements in place already in New York that have been very successful. Many of you are familiar with our e-waste program, which has diverted nearly 1 billion pounds of e-waste from landfills. We've had successful programs for things like mercury thermostats, pharmaceutical take-back programs. We're working on a patent program right now that'll go into effect here in another year. And there's been a lot of interest in this throughout the state and throughout the nation. It's certainly gaining widespread popularity globally as an effective upstream waste reduction mechanism. So next slide. So we're looking at legislative fixes here to create a framework that allowed DEC and other agencies to set up extended producer responsibility product stewardship programs in which individual products could be proposed within that framework, or even individual legislation to look at those products with the greatest greenhouse gas impacts, and particularly things like packaging, printed paper, carpet, tires, and textiles, and even refrigerants, which I'll talk about later on. Next slide. Fugitive emissions. This is perhaps the kind of low-hanging fruit of the emissions reduction recommendations that we have, but we want to identify and reduce emissions from landfills, anaerobic digesters, and other facilities through baseline measurement, increased monitoring, and then engineering solutions to reduce those leaks. Next step, next slide, please. So we want to incorporate, the latest technology to measure those impacts. So there is a lack of data on the exact emissions leakage coming from a number of these facilities. So there's a number of things out there, whether it's drones, satellite, or aerial surveys, and then implement best practices to really reduce those emissions to the lowest extent possible. We have some regulations in place under our solid waste rules, but those can be enhanced, change the timing, change the type of collection. Next slide. Enhanced recycling markets. Now this next couple of slides is really talking about some new areas, sort of non-traditional source separated recyclables. I mentioned the source separated recyclables that you all know about, glass, plastic, and all that. These are some different programs to support other recovered resources, including enhanced composting, digestate from anaerobic digesters, and then deconstruction materials. Next slide. So there's a number of strategies here to find financial and funding mechanisms to enhance these recycling markets for these non-traditional pieces. There's a number of proposals to recover building deconstruction materials and use them for a variety of applications, including things like procurement standards, bid specifications, and all that to really enhance the use of these recycled or reused deconstruction materials. We know there are a number of green procurement policies already in place around the state, but we can always find additional outlets for these materials. Next slide. Again, some additional things, just providing a little more detail on capture of some of these non-traditional recyclables. We did look at and are proposing here a minimum level of recycled content in certain products. That's something that's we really haven't touched on in the state in terms of recycling percentages, but it's something we need to look at. Next slide. The next few slides, and I'm going to go through these really quick because I know we want to get caught up on time. So the next few slides, we'll talk about enhancements to sort of your traditional waste reduction, reuse, and recycling initiatives. Next slide, please. So again, these are enabling strategies to really enhance capture of recycled materials. So there are things like local reuse centers, materials exchanges, sharing hubs, repair shops, a number of policies for single-use products. You've all heard about plastic straws, but there's a number of places where single-use products can be evaluated even further. Next slide. We looked at a number of things to monitor overproduction, to look at textile origination, content labeling, to look at, again, these really interesting programs that a number of our partners and stakeholders that we discussed this with during our panel meetings talked about to really expand successful recyclable collection programs in multifamily buildings and public housing. And then we look at a number of these refillable options, which are getting a lot of traction around the country to look at avoidance of single-use items, things like food takeout and liquid transfer at retail situations. Next slide. And again, some more detail here in terms of creating educational programs, identifying and creating those local champions, looking at access, education, outreach, and government procurement expansion. So next slide. Okay, we'll go to the next one now, if you would. Thank you. Refrigerants management, again, high global warming potential, high greenhouse gas emissions associated with end-of-life management. We actually, in our public session, got more comments about refrigerants management than almost anything else, which was interesting. So we've put a couple of granular proposals together. Next slide. Reclamation and destruction of refrigerants at end of life, bans on sale of virgin high global warming potential refrigerants, and the like. Next slide. All right, biogas use. You're going to hear, you heard a little bit of this in the Agriture Forestry discussion. Again, recognizing that some waste generation will continue, into the future due to the characteristics of the disposal facilities that we have. We want to look at some limited and strategic best usage for energy produced from biogas or renewable natural gas from organic waste. So really what we've proposed here is really to do either a market study similar to the bioeconomy study that you heard from Agriculture and Forestry to look at potential best uses. So whether it's in the waste transportation sector, electric co-location or cogen for energy and heat intensive industries and hard to electrify users. And along with that, to look at pricing and funding needs for this build out in conjunction with the organics diversion recycling infrastructure. Next slide. And again, this is just provide you some detail here about energy pricing models, market-based study for waste-generated biogas, and an evaluation of the best and strategic local uses for generated fuels, electricity, or energy from biogas. Next slide. So wastewater is another piece that we looked at, somewhat separate from the traditional waste sector. Next slide. So again, this is a transformation. You know, wastewater treatment plants are essentially wastewater treatment and waste disposal. And we had a lot of discussion here, some very good input from our stakeholders and our panel members on how to really transform this from just essentially cycling co-pollutants and contaminants from one stage to the next to really emphasize the capture of beneficial products. Next slide. So there's a lot here. Beneficial use of resolids. We manage about 4 million tons of biosolids in the state, so we want to look at beneficial use there. So again, the whole notion of looking at renewable biogas, recognizing that water treatment is here to stay. Co-digestion, looking at existing capacity and see how that can be teamed with the organics diversion processes throughout the state as well. Next slide. Again, similar to landfills, we want to measure and reduce emissions from these facilities where we can, and then where conditions allow, really convert things like septic tanks, municipal sewers to either more advanced on-site treatment or more collective systems in general. Next slide. And here's a number of particular recommendations to measure, evaluate, monitor, and capture greenhouse gas emissions from wastewater resource recovery facilities, including some of those very similar things that we looked at for the landfills. Next slide. All right, research. So we can go right on to the next slide here. There's a number of areas where we need additional data. We have some pretty good data and emissions calculations for things like landfills and combustors, but not so much for some of those other enhanced recycling programs and the sort of upstream work that we do. Intuitively, we know that if we don't create waste in the first place, that it's going to lower greenhouse gas emissions down the line, but we really need some good information there. So we need to look at some good life cycle analyses, end of life management tools to really generate some of that data that can drive policies moving forward. We really need to take a look at co-pollutants from solid waste management, including emerging contaminants. We all know the issues with PFAS and other contaminants that we're finding in the environment, and that's certainly a concern here as we do things like increased management of biosolids. I mentioned the market study for organics. This will similar to the Ag and Forestry, will drive some additional policies and areas to implement, as well as looking at the biogas situation as well. Next slide. Green jobs. Well, there's a number of areas here that provide really good opportunities for green jobs and workforce development, particularly in the organics diversion side. There's so many local programs, successful programs that can be expanded across the state. Again, in disadvantaged, underperforming communities around the state where local management of solid waste can really generate some additional opportunities, both in terms of reducing impacts, but also creating local jobs. Next slide. And here's just a general slide to talk about some of those programs that we could look at around the state to do that. Next slide. I'm going very quickly because I understand I only have a couple minutes left. So benefits and impacts. So we all know that solid waste facilities were disproportionately placed in disadvantaged communities historically. Certainly a number of the programs that we have proposed in our recommendations will provide some benefits to those communities. Some just because of reduced waste If you reduce the waste, you reduce the amount of truck traffic, you reduce the amount of odors, noise, and other disruptions. You develop local markets, you support local businesses, provide job opportunities, and again, reduce pollution. If you control methane and other gases, you'll improve air quality. If you, again, push some of these local solid waste management activities down into the local communities, you provide other opportunities. Next slide. I'm summarizing very quickly here. So again, odors, your typical health and benefit problems that we have associated with solid waste management in New York, odors from landfills, transfer station, truck traffic, emissions as well. And none of the proposals that we have here, of course, will also provide some benefits there. So if we're not generating emissions, we improve air quality, but we're also creating beneficial products, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's fertilizers, compost, and other beneficial products that we can use locally. Next slide. And again, food donations. This is going to be a huge one. 30% of the waste stream that we can really, not only will it reduce waste emissions, but a lot of that waste is still usable when it goes to the disposal facility. So certainly tackling food insecurity will be a big benefit as we move forward. Future emission reduction projects possibly produce energy, jobs, co-located facilities, and opportunities for partnerships with industry needing energy and or heat. Market development, again, support potential jobs in recycling and composting. Job creation for the construction operation of new facilities to manage this waste. And again, part of that transformation of water resource recovery facilities, since those are located, they're hyper-local, job creation hubs in the circular economy. So capturing those resources, whether it's nitrogen, phosphorus, and other beneficial products, will require workforce, permanent job creation, local engineering, construction, and operation employment opportunities. Next slide. So again, here's the listing of our waste advisory panel members. My presentation did not do them justice. We could spend hours talking about some of the fantastic conversations that we had in our work groups. But again, I want to thank all these people for the work that they did, the energy they put into it, the enthusiasm that they brought to each discussion, and of course their expertise. And so I can't thank them enough. I can't thank enough the work groups and the staff and the agency teams. It's amazing how many experts that we have across these agencies, that people bring an enormous wealth of knowledge and really helped us all, get this across the finish line. I am joined today for the question period by Sally Rowland and Molly Tremblay from DEC Materials Management Program, and Suzanne Hagel from the Climate Office. So at this time, we can take questions.
Great, Martin, thank you. So John Howard and Raya, you have your hands up. You had them up from the last time through, but just want to make sure that I'm not going to go over you. Do either of you have questions?
Mine's still up, sure.
Okay, I heard a no from John. Raya, what did you say?
Yes, my hand is still up.
Okay. You're welcome to ask anything else if you have something.
Oh, all right. Excellent. It's my turn. Is that what you're saying?
You got it.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. Clearly, again, just a tremendous amount of thought. There's some great seeming programs. I'm loving the reduce, reuse, recycling, the multifamily buildings. A lot of great stuff there. Clearly, probably won't be a surprise at this point. Very concerned about this RNG, renewable natural gas concept. I think we do need to start crystallizing what we mean in terms of, there's a limited opportunity. We know already for RNG to contribute to the goals to the CLCPA. In my opinion, as a net zero alternatives compliance mechanism, that RNG would not qualify because it is benefiting really this effort to me seeks to benefit the source and not contribute to the CLCPA and provide additional environmental benefit as the statute requires. So just continue to be concerned about that and any other related effort that may fall in the bucket of a non-CLCPA compliant false solution that we're talking about now, when we should be focused on our clean and renewable energy goals. So that's, I guess, more of a statement and a question about how, just not continuing not to seeking clarity on how these directions actually comply with the CLCPA. And my second comment is, again, more of an overarching in terms of, again, when we talk about 40%, what is our overarching goal? Like, how are we going to comply with early actions? We know that the sector has, provided has been a problem for EJ communities for a long time, as detailed. How are we going to get a handle on the footprint, the emissions profile, and how will we use this 40% to really take early action on reversing these impacts in a holistic way that makes sense as an initiative and not sort of a portfolio of underlying projects. So those are my two questions. One, about how do some of these strategies comport with the CLCPA, because in my mind they don't. And two, how can we get to more overarching understanding of how the 40% will, in the context of this plan, actually get at the benefits we seek and early action on emissions and co-pollutant reductions in disadvantaged communities.
Okay, the first one, I don't know, Commissioner, did you want to say a few words on that first biogas issue, and then I can add some, or?
Well, why don't you start it off?
Yeah, so we had a lot of discussions about the biogas issue, biofuels, renewable natural gas, and certainly, discussed it in terms of the requirements of the CLCPA. That's why our recommendations really talk about evaluating opportunities, if there are some, for capture of methane and creation of, again, very limited strategic uses, whether in areas that are hard to electrify, hard to decarbon, really looking at co-location or cogeneration opportunities there, because just the way the landfills operate, we're going to be generating methane. If we stopped putting greenhouse gas emitting materials in landfills today, they would still be generating methane for at least probably the next 30 years. So it's something that we have to consider, whether we just do a destruction type process or whether we find some beneficial use that makes sense as we transition into electrification in other areas. So we spent a little time talking about that, whether it should be of support for some of those activities, or whether we should characterize it as an evaluation could be done, market-based study could be done, funding mechanisms evaluated, and that's where we ended up in this panel. Really taking a look at an evaluation of how that will factor in moving forward. In terms of, go ahead.
Hey, Martin, I could just jump in. It's
Sure.
Jared Snyder. If I could jump in for a moment on the renewable natural gas. I think we're going to see this, in a number of the panels. We saw some reference to renewable fuels in agriculture and forestry as well. What we recommend is let's see what comes out of the integration analysis, and once we have all that information, then it's really a fruitful area for the council to have a good informed discussion about the role of any renewable fuels in sort of, reducing emissions from some of those hard to decarbonize areas. Back to you, Martin.
Okay, thank you. Your second question, yeah, we had our local scale diversion subgroup take a look at a number of the reuse and reduction policies and as they relate to disadvantaged communities. And again, some of the successful models that we've looked at in New York City really had some exciting potential to be expanded statewide. Really, this notion of creating local champions, which we found to be extremely important in terms of generating higher recycling rates, higher access, good buy-in across a broad range of demographic and areas around the state, which brings with it, some local job creation possibilities, as well as increasing the recycling rate. So we looked at a number of, very specific programs there, to looking at everything from building specific, housing specific type programs to larger institutions, things like schools, as well as looking at some of those programs that are already in place that are doing really great jobs in terms of things like community gardens, composting, food collection, and see where those all can be integrated and merged to really to make it more of a community-led opportunity. It reduces truck traffic out of the cities out to the rural areas, so we get reductions in emissions that way, but it also creates beneficial use for those products locally. So the compost that could be generated can be used locally within a neighborhood. So that's, we think, early on when we start the organics diversion, that's where the biggest impact is going to be locally. And disadvantaged communities is some of the organics diversion products, and then we'll move into the, some of the areas like the single-use products and the other procurement type activities will also generate markets and local collection, local management. So we spent a lot of time taking a look at that. There's always a tension between some of those activities and siting issues. We mentioned some of the traditional impacts from solid waste management in communities, the noise, dust, odors, and all of that. So we were mindful of that. We're not really proposing any additional large scale solid waste management infrastructure. So certainly no new composters, no new fossil fuel infrastructure. And we anticipate that the driving forces will be a reduction in disposal facilities. If the aggressive organic waste and other diversion strategies perform well, you're going to see a reduction in things like landfills, frankly. So that's where that'll be pushed down to the local areas and to the disadvantaged communities, that reduction of need for things like waste transfer facilities and landfills and combustors and other facilities as well.
Well, thank you, thank you for your response. You know how I feel on the RNG and biogas. I thought, thank you, Jared. I thought that was helpful. That we'll see, how this can be tackled given the limits to the opportunity. And yes, just this, I feel like I can't overemphasize how the opportunity here with this panel this is the change we need to start seeing on that human level and that human participation level, and the challenge to that, of course, but also the tremendous benefit. This is what we need to do. We need to start changing our culture of overconsumption and waste. And so in general, hoping to see, that, glad to see the cohesive strategy, and in particular, just want to, it's a big chunk for 40%, and it's really a question of how we can start doing this, how we can all start participating in a new way. And I just encourage us to think about that from from an overarching perspective in terms of the structural change we're trying to make, and how our work can empower that.
No, I appreciate that very much, because that was we talked about that a lot, that there's some nuts and bolts things that we can do in the waste management area, things like fugitive emissions captures and all that, but there's a lot of talk about behavioral change, cultural change, really transformation on how we handle waste in New York State. number of programs that are already underway that have, created a pathway for us, but certainly aggressive changes in how we handle waste are needed if we're going to make these goals moving forward.
Okay, thank you for those questions, Raya. Paul.
Thanks, Bezel. And thanks to Martin and the advisory panel. I thought the report was well organized and relatively easy to follow. I'm going to follow most people's lead here and ask a couple questions. The first was kind of curiosity. Can you explain to me what technology-enabled waste tracking in restaurants means? And I also wanted to ask maybe for a reminder about Scope 3 emissions and how we're handling that in terms of things like best practices and improved cover and capture. Are we in partnership with the states that are proprietors of our Scope 3 waste? I'm sorry, I've lost track of that. Scope 3 is confusing for me. Anyway, 2 questions.
So there are a number of recommendations that are quite detailed in terms of things like controlling the amount of food waste that are generated in the first place. And there are a number of successful programs that are in pilot studies around the country that have to do with inventory control, labeling, control of production of food, what's generated at restaurants, portion control. There's a number of things. We talked about behavioral control. We all probably could use some control in terms of portion control that way. But so it was just meant to be an example of a number of different ideas that are out there in terms of not generating food waste in the first place. Granted that some of these would be difficult for widespread implementation, and I think some of the research proposals would be to take a look at some of those policies and see whether they're implementable at a state level, local level, or whether they actually need some federal overall control, things like labeling, best by, use by, those type of things as well. So I don't have a great answer in terms of how that actually would be implemented, but it's something that we're going to evaluate as we move forward.
Okay.
And in terms of the other question, your Scope 3 and some of the emissions estimates, maybe I'll turn it to Sally Rowland, who is on with me to address those questions.
Well, hey, this is Jared Snyder. Maybe I could jump in here. So Paul, by Scope 3, you're referring to sort of upstream emissions, so emissions that are embedded in the products used, that kind of thing?
No, I mean the waste methane that is emitted in neighboring states. Yeah, like an awful lot of New York City's organic waste is converted to methane in other states, correct? Mm-hmm. And so it's that, yes. When we're talking about regulation and development of best practices that reduce methane emissions, what do we do about the Scope 3 methane emissions from landfills in neighboring states?
This is Sally. They are included in the inventory because we traditionally have included out-of-state disposal of solid waste in our emissions inventory, so we do track it. But you're right, it does provide a challenge to us, and we can control emissions in the state. We already do that through regulation, and we're looking to enhance those regulations. Otherwise, it's just working with those other states and keeping track of the inventory from our side to keep track of how much of is that impacting our overall inventory, and what are they doing in those states to reduce emissions.
Okay, that's a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, Paul, is that all you have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Bob?
Thank you, Basil, and thank you, Martin. I agree. It's a clear report. A lot of great ideas there. It's very straightforward. I appreciate that. I very much liked your focus on reduction of upstream waste, which eventually would lead to methane. That focus is wonderful. A question and a comment. The question is, I'm glad to see you're going to have more focus on measuring, monitoring methane emissions, say from the anaerobic digesters, et cetera. But you also show some projections of how much those could go down over time. And my reading of that literature is that no one's ever measured those emissions anywhere in northeastern United States, maybe in the entire United States. And if you look at European measurements and they're all over the place, up to 15, 20, 30% emissions. So I'm wondering, for the planning purposes, what emission number are you using now, and what number are you projecting we can take it down to? That would be my question. And then a comment, going back to the biogas use. I'm all in favor of the strategic use of the methane that we're producing, but I'd like to make sure we're using that well. And you suggested it could be used in transportation or perhaps for electric and heating use locally. I have very strong opinions on that, but I would urge that we have a quantitative analysis that informs the decision that the council recommends in the end, with a full life cycle assessment, including the full methane emissions. And for context, I haven't seen it for biogas use in transportation, but there's quite a large literature on using diesel fuel versus regular natural gas as a transportation fuel. And in fact, we're better off using diesel fuel than we are traditional natural gas because the efficiency of using methane in a truck engine is low, and the emissions associated with refueling it and storing it on the truck are high. So again, I'd encourage a really close look at that. But my question is on the assumptions behind the current methane emissions from the anaerobic digesters.
Again, maybe Sally can help me with those emissions estimates that we looked at.
Yep. Yes, they're based on, the initial estimates are based on obviously the quantity of organics going into those digestion facilities based on our records right now at DEC, and using the IPCC or EPA SIT models. You're right, there is variability presented in the IPCC, but we use their recommended values for estimates now. We don't have monitoring right now. That's part of our recommendations to look at what is the best way through regulation and other means, because obviously we already regulate wastewater treatment plants and things like that have digesters. It's just, do we enhance those regulations to look more specifically at methane leakage and where it can be reduced. So there's certainly we think a lot of room there to make improvements by just getting a better handle on, how to monitor it and how to make it more predictive of where it's leaking.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a huge amount of potential there. My suspicion would be that the IPCC is underestimating the current emissions there, so there's probably more room than you're estimating.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And your second point, I think we would agree with you that additional analysis of the best beneficial uses for captured RNG or biogas is needed. That's why we essentially put forth just a couple of ideas there, but they're not fully fleshed out there. That would, either technical analysis of the beneficial uses of the captured methane from some of the solid waste disposal facilities is certainly needed, as well as a good market-based approach to study to see if there's even a market or even a use for these materials moving forward. So don't disagree with you at all there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. So Ann, Peter, and Donna. Ann?
Thanks. Hey, Martin. I've got
Hey.
a few questions, as you might imagine. One of them is, you started out by saying that a guiding assumption was that New York achieved 90% paper recycling and 65% food waste diversion, because those were the goals in Beyond Waste. So I have no idea how we are doing on those goals, and it's more than 10 years since Beyond Waste was published, I think. So I was wanting just to get a sense of how hard this would be. One question was, how are we doing on those goals so far? The second thing is I tried to list out for myself the ones that were rated as high emissions reductions, like, and it seemed like if you put refrigerants aside, it was basically 5 initiatives, like reducing organics, landfilling, the surcharge thing, EPR, fugitive emissions, and wastewater treatment plants. But I don't have a sense if one of those is half the emissions, if they're all equal. You know, my guess is that removing organics from landfilling is like number 1, and the other 4 would be number 11, 12, and 13, if you know what I mean. But I was wondering how close they were. And then my third question was about EPR, but I'll wait and let you answer those first.
Sure. Well, the last one you just asked, there was a slide there. I think it was maybe slide 11, my numbering, but it was the graph showing the reduction in emissions for each of the sectors within the waste. You'll see that landfills is by far the largest area for emissions reductions, both based on the fugitive emission calculations as well as the calculations regarding the diversion of greenhouse gas and methane generating waste away from landfill. So that's the lion's share. I don't know if they can go back to that slide or not. But that's the largest portion of the 71% or so that we had calculated for 2050. That's the lion's share of it. Maybe Sally can give me a percentage. I don't know if I have a percentage exactly for that.
By far the vast majority. And within that, there really are 2 factors. One is stuff out of landfill. The other factor is that reducing the leaks, which equates to increased methane collection in the calculation. So to get there, you have to have that Beyond Waste, which obviously pushed out years from when the years in Beyond Waste, but those Beyond Waste assumptions, and we assumed 5% increase in collection every 5 years of landfill gas. So that leak reduction regulatory measures will increase the collection efficiency. And your first question, where we are now versus where Beyond Waste wants us to get there, we're about a third of the way to that 90 on the paper, those kind of traditional recyclables. We got a lot of work to do on organics. We're only in 2 or 3%, and we need to get to 65. So it's a lot of work across the spectrum, but certainly the biggest lift is going to be in organics.
Thanks so much for that. I'm going to skip my EPR question because now, based on what you said, I want to do one follow-up. For the leakage versus the organics, the ceasing to add organics, are they basically half and half in terms of impacts, or is one the lion's share of the landfilling portion?
That's a good question. They're not linear, because when you look at the methane generation for the organics and landfill, it breaks down in what they call first order decay. It doesn't follow a nice linear path. So it's not, if you pull out some waste, you can compare it directly to cutting off gas leaking. So, but we ran a bunch of different scenarios, and the most really seems to be in the waste case. But if you cut down like say, if you were 88% of Beyond Waste numbers and up that landfill gas collection to 15% every 5 years instead of 5, you could get up to about 80 or so percent reduction overall. So you can run the scenario a bunch of different ways, but it's not an easy, it's not a strict one-on-one because of that degradation path it takes in a landfill.
Thank you so much. So I'm getting the take-home message here. Removing organics from landfilling is the most important thing, because that becomes a leak thing later in a way.
Exactly. It's big.
Sure.
I mean, leaks are certainly important. We couldn't get there without more cutting down the leaks, but organics is big for sure.
Thanks so much, Sally.
Yep.
Thanks, Ann. Peter.
Thanks. And Martin, great job. Well, wonderful presentation. And I echo the sentiments expressed earlier about how it was nice and concise, and the panel did a really wonderful job. I want to give you at least a quick shout out and commend you for throwing in a fee concept, the whole pay as you throw concept. I'd love to see a pay for in a lot of these things. So that I think it's going to be really good when we get to the integration analysis of how we pay for some of these programs. So thanks for that recommendation coming forward from you and the panel. I want to just touch on a couple of things real quickly, and they may be just comments, but certainly they could be questions too. First is going back to biogas. I want to uplift the points that Bob Howarth and Raya had made about biogas. And I think as we explore this, as Jared suggested, we're going to explore it more deeply. For me, I just can't understand how you can move ahead in biogas if it's combusted, because that clearly will increase net co-pollutants in the local areas. So I encourage us to understand that aspect of it, but also to consider applications that would not be combustion, fuel cell technology at wastewater treatment plants, for example. And I also think it just, moving in a pathway where we're building out infrastructure. There's so little of biogas to be used that building out more infrastructure, it's just going to get filled with dirty or fossil infrastructure to make up for the difference. So we shouldn't be moving in that space either. And to that point, I don't know if it's been shared, but it should be, is Bob Howarth did a wonderful presentation. I believe it was for the Ag panel back in December, Bob. If it hasn't been shared, I really commend people to see it. Because it really just, kind of pulls back the curtain on exactly how much renewable natural gas, biogas there is there. So if we haven't shared that fully, all the better. And then just what an amazing point, Bob, you made earlier, that diesel is better than renewable natural gas in the transportation sector. I hope we can just kind of once and for all move away from suggesting that that is a fuel that should be used to sort of offset transportation emissions. Just too many issues there. Last, and I guess this is a question as well as a comment, combustion of waste. Because the CLCPA says that the electricity sector will be no emissions by 2040, Martin, was there dialogue about, that issue and basically sort of saying that combustion of waste for energy purposes ceases to exist as an option in New York State no later than 2040, and how that sort of impacts some of the thinking here? Thanks.
Sure, thank you. A couple of things. I think we do have Bob Haworth's presentation, and we certainly looked at that. So we thank you for that offer. Thank you for the comment on the fee. Not always a popular subject to bring up additional fees, but we think it has fairly limited impact on the ultimate kind of downstream consumer. We did take a look at that, but it has some fairly significant funding potential to look at, sort of the non-disposal options, if you will. The way we wrote the recommendation is that would be really directed to enhanced diversion proposals and the basic infrastructure needed to handle those diverted materials like the food waste, enhanced recycling, those type of things. So and again, it's a tactic that's being used around the country now with pretty good success. We didn't talk a lot about combustion, frankly, in the panel. As Ann noted, we were focusing on some of the big ticket items in terms of waste reduction. Our assessment has a increase in recycling of waste, but there's still going to be a waste, part of the waste stream that's going to be disposed, obviously through 2030 and 2015. We're going to have some disposal that's going to be occurring. Hopefully that will include very little organics or greenhouse gas generating wastes. There's a lot of debate on combustion in terms of community impacts, co-pollutants, those type of things, but certainly in terms of greenhouse gas potential. It's a little higher in the hierarchy than landfilling and other disposals. We don't anticipate any increase in combustion, any new facilities constructed. We think that the diversion strategies, if they function, as aggressive as we hope they will be, that there would be no, net increase at all in combustion. Certainly a big decrease in landfilling, and the combustion will essentially stay the same at least through the foreseeable future. So that's the way we handle it. But I know, Sally, did you have any detail you want to add on the combustion calculations?
No, Martin covered it. It really came down to if we have X amount of waste left after all the reduction methods and all those things, what is the best place from an emissions standpoint? And the way the calculations are at least done now, you're better off having it out of a combustor than including some potential methane emissions from a landfill. And the waste that's left could fit in those 10 existing combustors. There's no need for any new combustion capacity, anything like that.
Does that emissions statement that you just made, does that hold true when you divert paper and plastic and organics from it? The Beyond Waste Solid Waste Management Plan from 2010 suggests otherwise.
Yes, the way we calculated the emissions from the combustors to include all sources, both. Sometimes a question comes up, I'm not sure if this was your exact question, but sometimes people don't count they only count man-made plastics and things like that in combustion emissions, but we counted all emissions. So it would be still have those emissions that are left from the landfill would still be counted in our inventory as potential, some of them methane emissions, but they're not counted. Obviously, it's only CO2 from the combustors. So it would still look better from a straight calculation standpoint from the combustors for the stuff that's methane producing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Donna, you are the last one on this panel.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for the great presentation. I just wanted to add to the discussion around renewable natural gas, and I know that we've had a lot of discussion at prior meetings. I would just encourage us to be inclusive at this point of options versus, dismissing things at this point, because we have such a far way to go with reducing emissions by 2050. And I guess I would just add, and Martin, I'm sure you must be aware of it. There's an AGF study that talks about the potential in New York State from renewable natural gas. I can get you guys a link to that if you would like. But and I know I mentioned it at a prior meeting as well. In our region, in our utility area, 11 counties, we have 17 active projects right now trying to connect to our system to provide energy into the New York State economy. So I think there's a lot out there. I heard some comments about limited potential. I mean, it is limited in some way, but it's substantial. And the only other thing I would add is that I think, we all are looking to find ways to reduce emissions. And I think we should just consider this as being one that we need to really take a close study of, as Martin has suggested. I did see last week we did a visit to a site in Wyoming County that is doing animal waste and food waste co-digesting. And they're saying that the demand for the waste, the food waste, exceeds what they can even take care of right now. So they're looking to do additional sites in the state. So it's also, we see it as an economic development opportunity, and it seems very, very active right now. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And like I said, I think a good hard look at the potential is needed. Like you said, we talk about limited use, but we also talk about strategic use and transitional use. So there's a lot of buzzwords there, but I think they're meaningful in the sense that we need to understand how best to proceed, in that pathway. So thank you.
Hey, it's Jared Snyder. I'd also like to just jump in with one point in response to Peter's question. Peter, I think you were referring to the separate requirement of the 100% zero emission electricity system by 2040. And, you know, that's a separate requirement that's Public Service Commission is you know, responsible for implementing the programs that get there. But, you know, all of the panels, and in fact, this council should consider the consistency of any, you know, recommendations, any actions in the scoping plan with that requirement.
Yes, Jared, that was the point I was trying to make.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, this really good discussion. Great questions from you all this morning. Good dialogue. It's 12:11. I'm gonna call an audible here instead of starting at 1 o'clock. Doreen, if that's good for you, let's start at 1:15. Give you all an hour and 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes or so for lunch, to stretch, water, hydrate, all that, exercise, whatever you want to do, and we'll reconvene with Doreen and the Energy Intensive Trade Exposed, as well as Just Transition Work Group at 1:15.
And I'm assuming if we disconnect the link, we can just reconnect with the other link, and that should work fine.
Fair. Is that the case?
That should work fine. And also wanted to mention, if possible, council members are encouraged to not necessarily disconnect the call, but instead go on mute/off camera, just to help us have a technically smooth transition back to the meeting after lunch. You know, there's a full agenda, but if you need to rejoin, that's absolutely fine. We'll help you out.
Yep. And we will plan to start promptly. So if you could rejoin a few minutes beforehand, that'd be great. But sounds good. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just checking my audio. I had to switch to my headset. Peter, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you seem to be coming in a little bit clearer than you did earlier, Doreen, as well.
Oh, good.
Less faint, I should say, not clearer.
That's good. One benefit of the battery running out of my other headset, right?
Yes. Yeah, I went with the wired version today.
Yeah, smart. Well, we will start in just a minute. So for those who are listening, if you can get your video on and get organized, I'm going to double check to see if we have Eric and Keith.
Doreen, your audio is so clear. I jumped and thought there was someone in the room here with me.
Yeah, me too, actually. You scared me. I'm sitting here just all by myself and all of a sudden a voice.
Wow. I'm always going to use my headset.
I'm
Keith,
on
I
Doreen.
So if you're back, maybe you can just go on video, please, just for a minute, and then we can just see who we have here.
Hey, Doreen, it's Gavin.
Hi, Gavin. Welcome back.
You got it.
Again, we're going to be starting promptly at 1:15. If we could go to the next slide, please. I think we'll go ahead and get set up. Keith, are you going to kick off or is Eric?
Eric's going to kick off.
Okay, just making sure I know. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break, and hope everyone got to stretch their legs. We're going to have 2 afternoon sessions as discussed, starting with the energy intensive and trade exposed industries panel presentation, and then a presentation by the Just Transition Working Group. So we will wrap up by 4 o'clock if I have anything to say about it. So hopefully we can kick off right now. I'm pleased to be joined by 2 colleagues from Empire State Development, Eric Gertler and Keith Hayes, to kick off the presentation from the Energy Intensive and Trade Exposed Industries Advisory Panel. Eric, I understand you're going to start. And Eric, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, Doreen, and once again, congratulations to you on your official appointment last week. So well deserved. And thank you for your leadership on this role on this committee and to Commissioner Segos as well. So thank you. And I am pleased to be addressing the Climate Action Committee to report on the emission reduction strategies that are being recommended by the Advisory Panel on Energy Intensive Trade Exposed Industries, or EITE Industries. And as you mentioned, I'm joined by my panel co-chair, Keith Hayes, Senior Vice President of Clean Energy Solutions at the New York Power Authority. And Keith, thank you for your support, and thank you for co-chairing this panel with me. Now, the scope of our panel is to develop strategies to mitigate the impact of industrial greenhouse gas emissions from manufacturing and mining industries, which contribute the majority of industrial greenhouse gas emissions. And in formulating these strategies, the EITE Advisory Panel held a total of 8 meetings, including a public input session, and met with a number of stakeholders, including this council last year. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our panel's public and stakeholder input process. It notes that all EITE meetings have been open for viewing by the public, and that all panel meeting presentations and notes have been posted to climate.ny.gov. Throughout this process, the public also is invited to submit written comments by email or by mail. It also shows that the panel received input in December at publicly viewable meetings from the Climate Action Council and the Climate Justice Working Group. In January, we hosted a virtual forum and received input from the general public. In February, our panel met to review our preliminary strategies, drafts of which were shared with the public for input once again. And finally, in March, our panel reached full consensus and finalized our strategies. At various times throughout the process, we consulted and had interaction with members of other panels, working groups, and subgroups, including the bioeconomy subgroup of agriculture and forestry, the business impact subgroup of the Just Transition Working Group, which EITE members joined throughout, the Climate Justice Working Group, and staff on the power generation and transportation advisory panels. Next slide, please. So this slide sets out greenhouse gas emission estimates and targets for the industrial sector. The estimates presented here consist of GHG emissions from industrial processes, fuel combustion, and imported fossil fuels, or in other words, the upstream emissions associated with the fuel combustion. Based on these calculations, we can see that industrial GHG emissions were cut in half between 1990 and 2018, which is more than a decade ahead of schedule regarding the CLCPA statewide pace of a 40% reduction by 2030. Looking ahead, While our panel has not developed precise emission forecasts under the new CLCPA accounting standards, we present illustrative estimates of future emission reductions. In general, our panel has been advised by E3 and others that industry will likely experience limited additional emission reductions between 2018 and 2030, and more significant emission reductions from 2030 to 2050 as technologies mature and become more cost-effective for industry. Importantly, indirect emissions from off-site electricity generation are not reflected in these estimates, as they are part of the Power Generations Advisory Panel's scope. However, as the state shifts towards clean energy, any emissions associated with industrial electricity should also decline. Next slide, please. Right. As you may recall from my December presentation, there are a number of considerations to keep in mind as we focus on industrial emission reduction strategies. First, industries within our panel scope, manufacturing and mining, generate roughly 4% of state emissions, a relatively small share of the state's total emissions. Second, the non-homogeneous nature of industry and the resulting need for customized solutions on an industry-specific and even factory-specific basis may result in higher cost per emissions reduced than larger scale measures in other sectors, for example, power generation or transportation. Third, because EIT industries are both highly sensitive to increases in the cost of energy or emissions, as well as limited in their ability to pass along higher costs to consumers due to trade competition, non-incentive oriented approaches may cause leakage by driving businesses to leave or avoid the state, simply resulting in higher levels of energy use and greenhouse gases elsewhere. And finally, near-term emission reduction opportunities are likely to come primarily from energy efficiencies and some limited electrification, while deep decarbonization technologies will most likely become viable in the longer term. Next slide, please. Based on these considerations, our panel developed a series of strategies to help mitigate emissions in the industrial sector. Our panel strategies have been classified as either mitigation strategies or enabling initiatives. Mitigation strategies are those that directly reduce emissions or sequester carbon, and we have proposed two of them. First, provide financial incentives and technical assistance for the decarbonization of industrial sectors. And two, create state procurement incentives for businesses to capitalize on low carbon economic opportunities and produce less emission intensive goods. The enabling initiatives are strategies that enable or magnify the mitigation strategies, but do not provide any direct emission benefits. We have proposed 4 enabling initiatives. First, identify and support technological innovation to enable deep industrial decarbonization. 2, support decarbonization-related workforce development training for manufacturing and mining industries. Third, increase the available data on industrial GHG emissions to help prioritize future state efforts and monitor progress. And then lastly, provide economic incentives to grow the green economy. Next slide, please. Looks like we're having problems connecting to the network. Can people hear me, or we're having problems at ESD with their network? It looks like people are back connecting. Great. So if we can go to the next slide, please. If we can move to the next slide, that would be appreciated. Okay, we're having
Kyle,
a little
it
bit
seems
of
to be a little bit of a technical delay.
Yeah. We've been
we are
having
moving the
network
slide and it's
problems
not
today.
showing.
Right. Well, why don't we just give it another minute, and then I will, with having summarized these initiatives, in any event, I will have my panel co-chair, Keith Hayes, of the New York Power Authority, take over with the next slide. So, Keith, as soon as that next slide comes up, I'll have you take over. I think we have problems with, I continue to see members of the panel go offline, so there we go. Is Keith going? I can't tell.
Okay.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Climate Action Council members. This slide provides an overview of our first recommended strategy, which is to provide technical assistance and financial incentives for industrial decarbonization. Providing technical assistance and financial incentives can help overcome barriers such as risk aversion that solutions may interrupt industrial processes, a lack of in-house expertise in new technologies, a lack of time to commit to energy-saving solutions, a lack of trust that the solution will deliver the intended benefits, and the intense competition for internal capital that exists in many companies. Technical assistance is often the first step in mapping out a plan to achieve emission reductions. It can consist of a variety of services, including engineering study support, which NYSERDA and NYPA have historically provided to the market, as well as strategic energy management planning. By way of example, Corning Corporation, with technical assistance and financial support from NYSERDA, implemented a global energy management program and achieved its goal of increasing energy efficiency at its plants over 5 years, earning recognition from the EPA. Financial incentives can help reduce cost barriers for industrial companies to decarbonize. These incentives can be provided through programs administered by NYSERDA or New York's investor-owned utilities, or by leveraging the state's low-cost clean hydropower, which is managed by the New York Power Authority. As you can see in the third row down, GHG emission reduction is characterized as low by 2030, but high by 2050, in line with the overall emissions trajectory of this sector. This in line with E3's pathways analysis, which suggests that deep decarbonization will require further innovation, whereas in the period up to 2030, modest reductions in emissions can be achieved primarily by energy efficiency measures and some electrification of low temperature industrial processes. With regard to cost and funding considerations, NYSERDA and utility efficiency programs have been funded through the Systems Benefit Charge approved by the Public Service Commission. This funding stream is currently approved for the state's Clean Energy Fund through 2025. Federal funding may also be available to support deep decarbonization of industry. Implementation of this strategy has been characterized as easy. New York State has been supporting industry with technical and financial assistance programs for 20 years, and continuing this effort would be a relatively straightforward process. There are a number of case studies that can be cited in support of this recommended strategy. For example, NYSERDA's Flexible Technical Assistance Program, which provides engineering consultations for energy efficiency or carbon reduction projects that are specifically tailored to the customer site and business needs. NYSERDA's Competitive Carbon Challenge Program provides grant funding to energy-intensive industries to implement custom energy-saving and greenhouse gas emission reduction projects. And as mentioned previously, NYPA and the state's investor-owned utilities operate programs to advance cost-effective energy efficiency for their customers. One of the primary barriers to success in this strategy is the internal competition for resources within individual firms. To the extent that energy efficiency measures are viewed as risky or producing only a low rate of return, industry will be reluctant to divert resources from other potentially more profitable uses. This barrier can be mitigated by the state providing a long-term commitment of resources to such efforts, as well as technical assistance to provide industry with the confidence that these projects will reduce costs without disrupting or interfering with core production processes. Overall, significant local health benefits are expected from lowering GHG emission reductions as EITE industrial facilities and with over 127,000 energy efficiency jobs in New York, significant job opportunities will exist in the sector both now and well into the future. Next slide, please. EITE panel is also recommending a strategy to stimulate demand for and increase the state's adoption of low carbon building materials such as steel, glass, and cement. The state can speed the development of these products through New York businesses by eliminating any impediments that may exist to the state purchasing such products, and by affirming creating market opportunities through public procurements and infrastructure projects that prioritize low carbon materials. With regard to emission reductions, it is important to note that although the bottom line impact is low in the near term, there is still a high value to pursuing this strategy because low carbon materials will help reduce industrial process emissions, which are often the most difficult to abate. Successful implementation of this strategy will require the use of greenhouse gas accounting standards that fully consider a product's life cycle carbon footprint. Additionally, because uniform accounting standards would lower the cost of implementation as well as increase the market for such solutions, state and federal policymakers should work closely with other jurisdictions to develop such standards. Ultimately, the objective of this initiative is both to lower the state's own greenhouse gas emissions, as well as create new green economy jobs. And any reductions in emissions would also likely to have positive health impacts where low carbon goods are produced. Next slide, please. Our first recommended enabling initiative concerns research, development, and demonstration, also known as RD&D. Our panel has recognized that the industrial sector will not be able to achieve significant emission reductions using only solutions that are currently available. Technological innovation will be necessary, particularly with respect to industrial processes. The panel is therefore recommending a research road mapping initiative that will help identify and recommend solutions to industrial decarbonization that are not currently technologically and/or economically viable, as well as the pilot scale research and deployment of such solutions. Given the industrial decarbonization priorities signaled by the new federal administration, New York State should seek opportunities to leverage federal spending for RD&D activities whenever possible. In developing its research agenda and identifying projects, the state would again need to be mindful of environmental justice concerns and the public health impacts of projects selected. Next slide, please. This workforce development enabling initiative is intended to expand the state's green workforce and match the supply and demand for decarbonization skills in the industrial sector. In the short term, the focus would be on training workers on existing technologies or strategies, which will be critical to reducing emissions through energy efficiency measures. In the long term, and as new decarbonization technologies become available, the focus will be on training workers in these new technologies. The cost of investing in workforce training may be significantly mitigated by factors such as the cost savings at facilities as energy efficiency measures are implementing. With regard to case studies in this area, NYSERDA itself has a long history of working in partnership with education and training systems to deliver the workforce skills that employers need, and is successfully delivering the state's $100 million Clean Energy Fund program to support clean energy workforce development and training. NYSERDA also works in collaboration with the New York State Department of Labor to meet industry needs. Funding for training to support industry is available at the federal level as well. Last month, for example, the U.S. Department of Energy announced up to $52.5 million for DOE's industrial assessment centers, which help American manufacturers improve efficiency, reduce their carbon footprint, and save money. These university-based training programs also create a pipeline for students looking to join the growing clean energy economy. It should be noted that there are a number of barriers that companies can face when implementing a workforce development program. General training programs are sometimes not aligned with specific business needs, and companies may have a risk aversion to investing in training for fear that workers may then leave their business. However, these barriers can be overcome if the state programs help to develop training appropriate for businesses and rapidly changing technologies, and share in the risk by providing financial support for that training. Ultimately, this workforce development initiative can play a key role in addressing equity considerations by targeting opportunities to residents of disadvantaged communities, as well as disadvantaged firms and workers, including MWBE firms. Next slide, please. This initiative is a regulatory action that would expand the universe of facilities that report their greenhouse gas emissions to the state. State DEC would bear the cost of developing a system to allow for collection and review of the submitted data, while reporting facilities would be responsible for any costs involved in generating the data and reporting it. In terms of ease of implementation, this strategy has been categorized as medium. DEC already has a well-established procedure for promulgating regulations in place, but unanticipated issues can sometimes arise in the rulemaking process. DEC itself can serve as a case study for this strategy, since it already collects data from major emission sources on both greenhouse gas emissions and emissions of certain other pollutants. With regard to risks and barriers and possible mitigants, there are two related issues. First, requiring every facility in the state that emits any amount of greenhouse gases to report to DEC would not be practical. DEC will have to determine how low the reporting threshold should be. Second, concern has been expressed about adding another regulatory burden to facilities that already are subject to a number of environmental and other types of requirements. DEC will attempt to mitigate this objection by aligning, to the extent possible, the new requirement with existing DEC and EPA reporting programs. Having a more complete picture of greenhouse gas emitting facilities will allow for a more focused effort to reduce these emissions as much as possible, including by reducing fuel combustion. And since fuel combustion also releases other, often hazardous air pollutants, the areas in which these facilities are located can be expected to experience improved air quality and health outcomes. Next slide, please. With that, Eric, I'll pass it back to you to describe our final enabling initiative and to identify some of the themes that have emerged from the panel's work.
President
Eric, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Perfect. Well, again, Keith, thank you. As you mentioned, this is our last enabling initiative, and this is to develop an in-state supply chain of green economy businesses by offering economic incentives like loans, grants, tax credits, technical assistance programs, or even venture capital investments. One of the most prominent economic incentives that the state can use in attracting and growing green economy companies is the Excelsior Job Program, which awards refundable tax credits to businesses that commit to hiring workers, undertaking R&D, or making capital investments in New York State, with credits only provided after the fact under a pay-for-performance model. In 2020, the governor signed legislation that modified the Excelsior Jobs Program to offer enhanced benefits for green economy companies that make products or develop technologies that are primarily aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions or supporting the use of clean energy. For example, manufacturers of heat pumps, energy storage products, or electric vehicles. The state has now authorized these tax credits, so this initiative is already in place and would continue to be implemented by Empire State Development on a discretionary basis to enable or secure a project. From a fiscal perspective, projects enabled by tax credits tend to generate more state tax dollars than are awarded to help secure them. So their cost to the state is significantly offset. In one recently announced project in the town of Alabama, New York, Plug Power agreed to construct a state-of-the-art green hydrogen fuel production facility and electric substation. In exchange for $1.5 million in ESD tax credits and additional incentives such as low-cost hydropower from the New York Power Authority, Plug Power has agreed to invest $298 million and create 68 new jobs. Not far away, in Rochester, ESD also offered tax credits to Li-Cycle, a lithium-ion battery company, to create 100 new jobs and invest $175 million in a lithium-ion battery recycling hub. In terms of potential barriers to success for offering economic incentives to grow the state's green economy, the slide makes 2 points. First, incentives alone are not always enough. One of the most important locational factors for a company is to be close to a large base of customers, workers, and suppliers, which also must be developed. And second, competition for green jobs among states is very high at present because states know that these sectors are poised for growth if the planet is to meet its climate goals. Both of these barriers may be mitigated by the state taking a holistic approach to developing its green economy through related investments in areas like workforce development, supplier forums, and clean energy and low carbon procurements by the state, all of which will help to grow green markets and make the state more attractive. The state's offshore wind program is a good example of this approach. In considering a just transition, green economic incentives will help to create jobs, supply chain, and customer opportunities for legacy industries and workers. Next slide, please. So this slide touches on some of the key themes that have emerged from the panel's work with respect to disadvantaged communities. Given that many industrial facilities are believed to be located near disadvantaged communities, our panel strategies and initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are expected to particularly benefit these communities. Specifically, air quality and health outcomes in disadvantaged communities should improve as a result of industrial decarbonization, and residents of disadvantaged communities should benefit as the job-intensive decarbonization projects in these facilities create near green economy jobs. Over the long term, it will be important for the development of new decarbonization technologies to take into account the health and environmental justice aspects on these communities. For example, in our panel's presentation to the Climate Justice Working Group in December, one CJWG member raised questions about low-carbon fuels and how co-pollutants associated with fuel combustion compared to other energy options, and another CJWG member asked how DEC ensured that industrial facilities would report accurate greenhouse gas emissions data, both of which should be considered in the implementation of our strategies and initiatives. Next slide, please. This slide identifies several themes that our panel focused on with regard to a just transition. With the emission leakage risks to EITE industries and their workers should be mitigated as we transition to a clean energy economy. I will not go into too much detail on the topic of leakage, as it will be the subject of the next presentation by the Just Transition Working Group, with whom we worked quite closely over the past year. However, overall, a just transition should not include simply pushing the greenhouse gas emissions of energy-intensive and trade-exposed industries, along with their jobs and businesses, to another state or country. Second, as I alluded to earlier, green economic incentives will help to create new opportunities for legacy industries and workers. While these new opportunities will sometimes fall in different geographic sites, one potential example would be if certain former power plant facilities are able to be repurposed for green economic development projects, for example, using decommissioned electric generating facilities as interconnection points for offshore wind energy projects. Finally, while we discussed this on the last slide, as part of a just transition, government support for the reduction of greenhouse gases and associated economic opportunities should be targeted to disadvantaged communities, given that they have borne much of the burden of the fossil fuel economy. At our December meeting with the Climate Justice Working Group, it was further recommended that we consider business opportunities and workforce development programs for disadvantaged communities and workers, including minority and women-owned firms, and we reiterate this point. Next slide, please. Before I wrap up, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the members of the EITE advisory panel. They contributed their time, energy, experience, and attention to this effort and worked very diligently throughout the process. They truly have been a dedicated group of concerned and engaged citizens. It was a direct result of these efforts that a diverse panel such as ours was able to achieve consensus on the strategies presented here today. And so before closing, on behalf of Keith and myself, I want to thank each of you and every one of you for all of your work and time and dedication over the last many months. So thank you.
Great.
And next slide. Great. So in conclusion, as you can see, this slide summarizes the recommended strategies that were just presented. I won't go through them again, but we'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Eric, and thank you, Keith, and the entire ESD and NIPA teams also for leading the way through this panel process. We do have a few questions from the members. John Howard, I know your hand is raised. Is that a legacy hand, as we've learned to call them?
That is correct.
All right.
That is
then
correct.
moving on, Dennis, you are next.
No, Doreen, I do have a question.
It's not. I see. It's a question. Onward. Yes, please ask your question. Thank you. Thank you.
One issue that's come before the commission lately is what we transfer of assets to of older fossil fuel plants to be used for cryptocurrency mining, all behind the fence, behind the meter, no longer connected to the grid. Your panel speak at all to that that issue, because they are wildly energy intensive, and we have a number of older plants that are tiring that have already been identified as sites for this activity.
So I'll start. I think, and you know, we're still having network problems. I didn't hear the entire question, but I think for the most part, what we did was we focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions for manufacturing and mining. We didn't spend very much time talking about the mining of any of these cryptocurrencies. I mean, it's a good question that that you raise. You know, I'll see if Keith or Kevin or anyone else wants to add to this question.
Yes. Thanks, Eric. I'd just chime in that I think that was actually a key topic of the Just Transition Working Group power plants subgroup. And so I think you'll hear from them in a bit about perspectives on the reuse of power plants specifically.
Yes, I'll be covering that in just a minute, John, if you don't mind.
But I would suggest that these are, in terms of energy intensity, I don't think you can find any per dollar of output greater than the cryptocurrency mining operation.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks, John. We'll definitely spend a little extra time on that in our next presentation. Next on my list was Dennis Elsenbeck. Dennis?
Thank you, Doreen. So this is kind of like where I want us to make sure that we're considering infrastructure investment. If you look at the path we took on the supply side, where we've developed all of these projects in the queue, that was followed up by the utilities then coming forward and indicating that they needed $17.4 billion in order to connect to those projects in the queue. So we got to think about this from the point of view of whether it's growth in a neighborhood or a business or a move towards decarbonization, you know, in the field from a distribution level. We have aged infrastructure. There's a lack of infrastructure in key sites, key areas, or a lack of electrical capacity in which to draw from. So what we don't want to do is create a problem so that we're solving it with infrastructure investment. I just think that sets us behind and it creates an additional cost. Especially when we look at our Rust Belt neighborhoods, there's some assumption out there that because we had industry within some of these Rust Belt neighborhoods, that when industry left, we left behind all this capacity. And maybe that's true in some areas. For the most part, there's no infrastructure, or there's a lack of infrastructure, or a lack of localized electric capacity. So we got to rethink this. And instead of looking at all of the elements as if they're individual items, mutually exclusive unto each other, I'm hoping the integration type strategy really starts to come into fold here. Utility infrastructure, workforce development, economic development, community revitalization, environmental justice, these are not mutually exclusive. They really could be construed more as a collective, or what I refer to as an eco-structure. And I think that's what it would be interesting to see how we promote that to build more of a consistent and a momentum building industry, especially in the energy space. So some of the thoughts is that, you know, utilities need to start speculating their infrastructure needs based on kind of like where we are today. I can look up their electric portals and tell what hosting capacity or capacity is available. So we have that information. we can go to the natural gas side and say, if I converted X percentage of the electric system or natural gas to electric, what's that load? Put that against the electric portal. And I think what we're going to start discovering is we've got some major constraints out there. So before we actually initiate these decarbonization strategies, we need to really have a good handle on what is the cost of evolving our distribution systems for the decarbonized world. And that could present some interesting alternatives as we refer to these incentives, because maybe the incentives will be the more of a prospective or speculative view of distribution system upgrade, and then creating a VEDR or value stack pricing model that actually competes almost like a forward-thinking non-wires alternative approach, so that we're actually thinking about what's the least cost strategy to create infrastructure and create localized capacity. And that may require, and it probably would require, the Public Service Commission to really rethink utility business models as part of the overall strategy, as opposed to just looking at energy efficiency programs or demand side management programs. I don't think it's aggressive enough in order to meet what we are seeing coming down the pike relative to decarbonization. Just on the life cycle, I was impressed with the life cycle simply because it demonstrates a circular economy, and I think we have a lot of supply chain opportunity in the energy space. I think too often we find ourselves providing subsidies, incentives, and programs that outside companies can take advantage of, because it allows us to just pay for someone else to achieve our goals for us. So I would ask Eric and Keith maybe to consider another enabling initiative, and that is to provide economic incentives to help advance local commercialization of green energy products that are produced here in New York. I think that's all I have.
Great, thank you, Dennis. Those were terrific comments, so appreciate you sharing those.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. And I would sort of just point out generally that you're absolutely right, that this is ripe for the integration analysis to some extent, and also the outcomes of the power grid studies that were issued earlier this year as pointing to some of the very specific local needs, as well as the bulk analysis as to the readiness of our grid. So looking at the list, we're going to hit about...
Doreen, can I mention also that I don't see in the studies enough the use of the regional economic development councils, because they were initiated for a reason. I'm not sure really that they do a lot today, but tying them into the objectives of the CLCPA from an economic development point of view, and that would help with the power grid study, I think would be a major contribution to formalizing priorities in each of the regions. Sorry about that.
That's a good idea. Thanks, Dennis. Moving down the list, we'll have to accelerate a little bit here. Raya, you're next on my list.
All right, thank you so very much. Again, just, a tremendous amount of work, you can tell, and thought went into this. And we're beginning, I think, to see some of the kinds of granularity that in policies and specifics that I think I've alluded to earlier in terms of, how are we going to, make these changes as opposed to taking measures or being innovative. And that is really the heart of my comment. Well, two comments for this is, we talk about the industries that we need to build and create, and then a lot is relying on technical assistance, right? Do we, however, have the industry to provide that, industry with a big I, to provide that technical assistance? I'm not sure that we do. I would love to see even more sort of planning on implementation on a granular level. You know, what does that mean, technical assistance? We're sort of breaking new ground. There are a lot of examples in Europe and other places. And that question of what technical assistance means, how do we build that industry? How do we provide it? I think I'd love to see more granularity on. And again, I think it does reach into the comments about where social science, you know, start to inform, you know, some of these conversations in addition to, you know, technology. And then the second piece is, again, I would really like to see the plan take a pivot towards, you know, with regard, and I know we're coming up with our definition of disadvantaged communities, and there's been a lot of work there, but 40%, you know, is a good chunk. And beyond even the 40% in terms of, you know, who are the target folks who are going to need real help, targeting our working class, our low income, our middle class folks, we're talking more than 40%. So I'd like to see more, again, more overarching like plans on these structural changes and investments, as opposed to seeing it as sort of like and I understand that the integration analysis is discrete inputs, and it, you know, and it makes a lot of sense, but how does that bubble up into, you know, a comprehensive, you know, approach to structural change, as opposed to a portfolio of projects? So one, I guess, to bring it back to a question, the first one is, what will that technical assistance look like? How can we build that bank, be it knowledge or otherwise? Where does that come from? Can you detail that? And two, how can we start adding up these portfolio style recommendations?
Okay. So first of all, thank you for all of that. I'm going to do a brief answer, and then I think some of that I'll pass over to you know, others on the panel, particularly Todd Baldiga at NYSERDA, who spent more time on this. But you know, clearly the you know, with the industry in general, we're dealing with, you know, an industry that is still you know, it's still a small but growing industry, and we expect this poised to be to grow. We certainly want it to grow. You know, we discussed in our panel the, you know, the competitive nature of having the right people, you know, trained, and as this, you know, and as this grows, the type of technical assistance will continue to, you know, to evolve over, you know, over time. And I think that is, that is critical to be, you know, consistent with, you know, with growth. And you know, obviously there's it'll also be a product of you know, a number of the strategies that we have as this, and certainly our strategies continue to increase, because, you know, as we've discussed here, we'll see through 2030, we'll see in a sense, you know, smaller growth, and we'll you know, provide the programs to encourage those tools to do energy efficiency or start to do some training. But you know, as we've spent a lot of time talking about, we see the bulk of a lot of the changes occurring after 2030, just because of that's how you know, technologies will evolve. All of that being a setup, let me maybe turn it over to Todd, and he can add to that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan, for the question. In terms of, you know, technical assistance, it was mentioned, you know, NYSERDA has operated a flexible technical assistance program over the years, where we have currently now probably the most engineering firms in New York who are part of the program, who can offer assistance to consumers to help them solve their energy needs, and that's, you know, upward of 60 to 70 firms across New York State. And as Commissioner Gertler alluded to, this will continually to grow as newer technologies develop in the future, and plugging those holes of what's needed in the market to meet the customers' needs. And I think that's critical, because the program itself tries to match what are the pain points of consumers. And as we move into this decarbonization of industrial facilities and newer technologies get developed, that technical assistance will need to evolve over time. But we're well positioned right now with the flexible technical assistance program, and we're having dialogue on the federal level of something that's similar that we have in New York at a broader scale. So that would only be advantageous to New York State.
Thanks, Todd. And I think we are going to touch on this a little bit in the next panel discussion as well, Raya. So I think if it's okay, we'll move on unless someone was trying to jump in there. Okay. Thanks, Raya. Thanks, everyone. Next on the list is Donna. Donna?
Thanks, Doreen. And thank you, Eric and Keith. Just a question about your stakeholder engagement. I know you said you had a lot of meetings. I was curious if you feel like you got, a robust amount of engagement, and if there's anything else that we could do as, a utility and the other utilities in the state to assist there. So that's one question. And then I also just wanted to say, I think the RD&D initiative is excellent. And if there's any way utilities could be involved in, the stakeholder element of that, the stakeholder group, I think it could be really useful as the connection that we all have with our manufacturing customers. And my last thing that I like to say is I think you guys really captured it, because it's leakage, as you said, not just maybe exiting the state, but it's investment leakage, that investments are being considered today, and customers really are competing with plants in other states. So these are all things that are important for them to know that they have options. And I'm sorry, I had one more thing, I guess. The other thing is any way that we can leverage other work that's being done. I think you're all aware of the Low Carbon Resources Initiative, which is a national initiative being led by GTI and EPRI, the two research organizations for the electric and gas industry. And there's a lot of technologies that I think are going to be perfect to assist our manufacturers in New York State. So thank you.
Well, great. Thank you for, for all of that. And I will try to answer some of those questions. I may, and to the extent that I don't, Keith can jump in. But first, with respect to our engagement, I do think that we had a pretty robust discussion that became, as we held meetings over the course of months, we had even more robust discussions. We met with other working groups. I think that we had a good, I think that we had a wide array of even views on our panel discussions from both business and labor and the community. So I was pleased with that, and of course we had the public input sessions as well. So I was pleased with that, and I think that we gave ample time to come to that our conclusions. We did spend a lot of time talking about leakage, and thank you for that comment. We, obviously from a state standpoint and sort of a competitiveness and a business standpoint, we were concerned with businesses leaving the state, and then from for sort of the larger goals that we're trying to accomplish, realize that if businesses do leave and then take their same business with the same levels of emissions, we weren't really accomplishing anything. And that's why many of our strategies and enabling initiatives were really about helping and encouraging business and providing incentives to get there without putting too high of a cost on these businesses. And also at a time we were very concerned about, and this came through on our panel, sort of the labor concern in making sure that some of the jobs didn't leave the state, and instead putting us in a position whereby we could help to train those employees. And then Then the last thing, before I turn it over to Keith, is I do agree with you. I think that there is other work that's being done, and I think our work will benefit both directly and indirectly from some of that work. No doubt that as we look at the development of new technologies over the course of time, we'll certainly benefit. You know, the interesting thing is I think there's still so much to that will be developed based on either the RD&D that will happen, on venture capitalists, and I think that, you know, as our you know, our panel's concluded, while we'll have, you know, potentially lower results before 2030, we'll see increasingly you know, increasingly effective results because of more advanced you know, technology. So, and to your point, that will be from work that's being done directly and the indirect benefits. So that sort of will be interesting to see. You know, with that, Keith, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but Donna, thank you for those comments. Appreciate it.
Yes, thanks, Eric. And Donna, thank you for the question. Just on LCRI, a great point. As you know, we are involved with EPRI in that effort as well. It is a quite important endeavor through the technology being presented. And I want you to know that those discussions did happen and actually expanded beyond the panel, engaging other EITE businesses in that regard, and we'll continue to pursue those efforts. So thank you very much for your comments.
That's great to hear. Thanks, Keith. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Anne, you were next.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I had a question about the cost. So the main, you know, your high emissions impact initiative is the financial incentives. And I'm struck by how much emissions have gone down already from 1990 to 2018. And I'm wondering if the panel was recommending a continuation of all the financial incentives that New York has already, which you've listed and, you know, talked about NYPA and NYSERDA's programs, or if you're recommending some increase or doubling or order of magnitude in that to get from 2018 to 2030 and then to the reductions between 2030 and 2050, or was there some analysis done that a good amount of that would happen in the business as usual scenario?
So I think if I understand the you know, the question, if we're putting a specific price tag on it or if we're looking at the cost versus, I mean, I think you know, as you know, as a general matter, you know, a whole host of reasons why we saw total emissions being reduced from 8% to, you know, to 4%. You know, change in, you know, the way business was being conducted, change in federal programs. I mean, so many different aspects. I think in terms of, you know, our programs, in terms of our, you know, our costs, what we have tried to recommend is a number of the programs that are already in existence or ones that are really quite, you know, quite efficient. The tax credits, the refundable tax credit program for green economy companies that ESD administers, much like the examples that I provided, you know, really make it efficient for the use of those credits and, you know, with respect to the investments that are being done. You know, we're trying to tread lightly in terms of minimizing costs on industry itself and providing sort of that support directionally to achieve the results that we're looking for. So, Keith, maybe you want to add to some of that, please?
Sure, and I think we did point out NYSERDA's market development portfolio, which is the largest of the 4 clean energy portfolios, providing $2.4 billion of programmatic funding through 2025. You know, we also looked at the SBC and the application of that, and some traditional programs that are or have been in flight for many years and leveraging those as well. NYPA has invested a significant amount in its customer base for energy efficiency programs over the years. So those were all included in our thoughts.
So, maybe I should have been, are you recommending to keep that funding the same and continue those programs? Or are you recommending some large increase in that investment for this sector?
I think we looked at keeping that funding and also leveraging federal funding that may be coming our way as well in the very near future.
Got it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. And closing out the questions, Peter, then Gavin. Peter?
Thanks, Doreen. I appreciate it. Great presentation. I really enjoyed this one a lot. And again, as Raya said, getting to some granularity, which is really important. Couple points and then a couple of questions. The first point is Dennis rightly raised the concept of regional economic development councils as a strong partner here. I would just like us to ensure that if that moves forward and we sort of move into that space, that these regional economic development councils are fully appreciating their responsibilities under Section 7 of the CLCPA that requires all of state decision making to be run through a climate and equity and justice screen, amongst other things. It's really important, and I'm just not sure that all aspects of state government are actually fully appreciating that. So maybe this council can underscore that for the regional economic development councils. I think that'd be important. On the issue of low carbon materials, my question is, to what extent did the panel look at fuel inputs? I know this is granular, but we're starting to get into more granular with your presentation, which I love. But I'm just wondering whether we looked at fuel inputs there as a way to reduce carbon intensity, and particularly in the cement industry. You had mentioned, Eric, that there were local positive health benefits to low carbon fuel stuffs. And I know that there's here in Albany County, where I live, there's a local law that prohibits the use of tire-derived fuel as a substitute for coal in the local coal cement plant here. So I just would caution us that the definition of low carbon materials and fuel inputs is something that we have to take seriously because of those local positive, negative health impacts that could result as if fuel switching is a way to reduce the carbon intensity of the product. And then last, so that's a question, just wondering if the panel got into that issue at all, that level. And then last but not least, did the panel look at section of law, it's Environmental Conservation Law 750109. This is the section that does authorize DEC to create an alternative. Something that you guys looked at and have a recommendation.
So I was.
Sorry, I hope you heard all that. It looked like my service may have had a hiccup, so I hope you heard that.
I heard some, but I think some of the granularity of that. I think that's probably better if Todd or Sean, address some of that. I don't think we got to the granularity that some of your questions raised. We were at a more strategic level and sort of acknowledge some of the tactics that are to come. But maybe Todd or Sean might want to, address some of that. And thank you, Peter, for raising those.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter, it's Todd Waldiga here. We did not get down to that granular level of looking at fuel inputs. It's a good point. We were just more conceptually, what are the targeted areas that would be key to recommend to go after for low carbon economic opportunities and procurement policies.
Super, thanks. And the last one I had, I may have cut out on him, was did the panel have any recommendations of whether the DEC should go forth with developing an alternative compliance mechanism for that? Again, this is where the net zero stuff comes to play, with 15% of the emissions set aside for key industries, not electricity, but other ones.
Thanks, Peter. I don't believe that was part of the scope of the panel itself. Is anyone from DEC, don't mean to speak for for the panel chairs, but it looks like we're having connectivity issues again. Is anyone from DEC wanting to jump in on that?
Yeah, sure, Doreen. This is Maureen. Yeah, I agree. The recommendations around the DEC's use of the optional alternative compliance mechanism wasn't in the scope of the panel's work from their earlier scope that was laid out in prior meetings.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And last but not least, Gavin.
Thank you, Doreen, and I'll try to be brief. I'm building on a comment Peter made because I agree with him. The title of this panel is energy intensive, and in my view, most of the energy intensive work done on economic development projects in the state are government driven. We're talking about rebuilding the MTA, the Port Authority, Penn Station, a lot of projects in New York City that the governor's prioritized. I find it very interesting that we can put out mitigation strategies and initiatives and level them against the private sector over and over again. But there's nothing here that I see which I thought this panel would address, on how do we ensure that the biggest entities in the state, Dormitory Authority, Port Authority, others, are complying with Section 7. I think to make our analysis complete and to have a realistic view of how we're going to accomplish these goals, we can't just level all these requirements and regulations and obstacles on private sector business. Where has this panel focused on government compliance with the CLCPA? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Gavin. Well, I will tell you that our panel focused primarily, and the goal of it was to focus on manufacturing and mining, and so those were the energy intensive and trade exposed industries that we focused on, and quite frankly, we didn't even focus on construction per se, because that was being addressed by other groups. So we kept the focus of our discussions on manufacturing and mining, and that was that really was the scope. There were other panels that focused on transportation and so on, but that was the focus of our efforts on our panel.
Yeah, Gavin, I think we've said in the past in prior discussions that it's not a CAC issue directly, although I think we will. I think the place to really be talking about this is in the scoping plan as we develop, the various strategies that are going to get us from here to there. But I think if I remember correctly, some of the discussions that DEC had led around Section 7 were really focused on a question of sort of the places where it belongs in the CAC. So I'm not surprised to hear your answer in that regard, Eric, given that you're focusing on the private sector.
Yeah, and again, it was energy intensive and trade exposed. So we were, concerned with issues like leakage, which is different from, issues that are faced from government operations. So, we focused on what was, the intent of this, of this panel.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and thank you, Keith and Eric and the entire panel for their contributions today. We need to move along to our last presentation of the day by the Just Transition Working Group, which I am pleased to co-chair with the Department of Labor Commissioner Roberta Reardon, who is going to kick off today's presentation. Commissioner?
Thank you. We are pleased to share with you the latest updates on the various Just Transition Working Group work streams. It's been a busy and productive several months for our group, with around 25 total meetings of the full working group or our subgroups. Several of these meetings featured cross-panel engagement work with members of other panels, including the power generation, land use and local government, and EITE panels. EITE in particular was very closely linked through our business impact subgroup. Like other panels, we also had members of our group join a meeting of the Climate Justice Working Group, to receive preliminary feedback. And we also held a dedicated public engagement and comment session in addition to maintaining an inbox for public comments. So we received great feedback and engagement along the way. Next slide, please. So on a high level, we just wanted to refresh your memories on the 5 main work products of our working group. We have 4 statutory requirements, which are the power plant inventory and site reuse, business impacts, the job study, and providing recommendations on workforce development and training. Our other deliverable is the Just Transition Principles document, which we will discuss first. Next slide, please. First, we will cover our research-based New York-specific principles of a just transition for purposes of guiding working group and advisory panel recommendations to the CAC. As a reminder, these principles serve as tenets for shaping recommendation development and serve as non-binding aspirations. They were drafted on the basis of extensive research on just transition definitions and principles from other jurisdictions, nonprofit organizations, research papers, and other resources. And the principles have no hierarchy. Next slide, please. So the first enumerated principle concerns stakeholder engaged transition planning. The next, collaborative planning for a measured transition toward long-term goals. The third articulates the importance of preservation of culture and tradition. The fourth aims to realize vibrant, healthy communities through repair of structural inequalities. The working group also identifies the central need to improve equitable access to high-quality, family-sustaining jobs. Next slide, please. The sixth principle concerns the redevelopment of industrial communities. Alongside community development, the next principle is about developing a robust in-state low-carbon energy and manufacturing supply chain. The next 2 are resiliency-focused, concerning climate adaptation planning and investment for a resilient future, and protection and restoration of natural and working land systems and resources. Finally, the principles close with the importance of pursuing mutually affirming targets for state industrialization and decarbonization. Next slide, please. Next, we will share an initial set of workforce training and development recommendations developed by the JTWG with input from stakeholders, other CAC advisory committees, etc. These are initial recommendations, as our working group will build from these recommendations following the completion of our job study later this year. They include what you might think of as a no regrets strategies that will be useful across pathways, scenarios, and scoping plan outcomes adopted by the Council. Importantly, as you know, many of these recommendations build on activities already underway by NYSERDA and the New York State Department of Labor, other state entities, and other third-party groups, and address gaps that we've identified. But obviously, we know we were also charged with conducting a holistic climate job study, which will inform more specific workforce recommendations to come from the JTWG upon the study's completion. Next slide, please. The first category of activities we've identified is direct displaced worker support, which includes concepts like a training fund, wage support, job fairs, and strike force support. Importantly, it would implement training and other support services while individuals are still working, leveraging decarbonization-related roles at current places of employment where appropriate. It will also be important to identify distinct strategies and responses for key existing traditional energy sectors. The implementation lead for these initiatives would be New York State Department of Labor with support and involvement from NYSERDA, DPS, and other entities. Next slide, please. The next category of our enabling initiatives surrounds labor standards, including such mechanisms as project labor agreements and community workforce agreements. Labor standards would help pursue objectives such as good wages, benefits, local and targeted hiring support, employer-led pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship training. Where appropriate and feasible to implement and consistent with relevant laws, these goals can be completed through project labor agreements and community workforce agreements. We also continue to evaluate other relevant labor standards, such as worker-oriented mechanisms like cooperative agreements and employee stock plans. So the list you see on the slide should be viewed as including but not limited to, as we work to assess the applicability and benefits of various measures. Furthermore, it will be important to prioritize targeted financial support for businesses to address DEI. This can include funding such as on-the-job training, support for recruitment, training, hiring, etc. for MWBEs, design and installation firms, community-based organizations, and startups. In addition, climate justice and clean energy training curriculum and programs with a focus on disadvantaged communities should be developed within K through 12 schools, technical and P-Tech, community colleges, and four-year colleges and universities. Both efforts would be led by NYSERDA. Next slide, please. Captured next is the focus on developing comprehensive career pathway programs for future and existing workers. Another area where NYSERDA would be the implementation lead, with support from and coordination with other key stakeholders. For future workers, these could include youth build, Job Corps programs, youth apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and internships, career awareness and supportive services for job placement, and climate justice Job Corps fellowships. For existing workers, these could include technical upskilling, career advancement, and management and leadership training. Next slide, please. Finally, it will also be crucial to increase initiatives pertaining to community engagement, stakeholder input, and market assessments. NYSERDA is continuing to lead a complete jobs assessment. In addition, NYSERDA and DOL will continue to engage with stakeholders to learn more about industry challenges and opportunities. And finally, DOL and other agencies will gather more detailed information about the fossil fuels workforce through survey work and develop plans to implement complementary training. Next slide, please. In this final workforce development and training slide, we've outlined the enabling strategies presenting along with their ease of implementation and relative projected cost, which you could think of as a rough scale for the out-of-pocket cost for agencies to develop and implement a set of strategies, rather than necessarily full potential cost impacts realized post-implementation. All right, next slide, please. Here, I will turn things over to Kevin Hansen from Empire State Development, who has been helping lead collaboration on EITE and business impact matters between the Just Transition Working Group and the EITE Advisory Panel. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Commissioner, and let me know if you can't hear me. Let's start with the next slide. So the following slides were created in response to the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act's charge for the Just Transition Working Group to, among its other responsibilities, identify energy-intensive industries and related trades. Energy-intensive industries are the industries that spend the highest percentage of their revenues on electricity and fuel costs, or just more generally use the most energy. And many jurisdictions that adopt climate change policies seek to identify the most energy-intensive industries because these industries tend to be the most impacted or have the potential to be the most impacted. And for an example of why, you can think of how much more significant a price increase in electricity would be to a manufacturer who spends 10% of their budget on energy as compared with a retail store that spends only 0.1% of its budget on energy. You know, other things being equal, the manufacturer is 100 times more impacted on a relative basis. You may also have heard reference to energy-intensive and trade-exposed industries in the last panel. And this term refers to a subset of energy-intensive industries that must also compete in global or regional markets and typically have a lesser ability to pass along increased compliance costs to their customers because they're competing in these markets and they risk being displaced by foreign competitors or are forced to shift their production away from the higher cost local jurisdiction. And finally, related trades here refers to the occupations that are most concentrated in each of these industries. Next slide. So this graph lists private sector employment in New York State by industry. Energy intensive and trade exposed industries are most concentrated in the manufacturing and mining sectors, which together total about 400,000 jobs in the state, or about 5% of the state's 8 million or so private sector jobs. And manufacturing and mining businesses tend to use much more electricity and fuel as a share of their total revenues than, say, a doctor's office or a retail store. And they also, many of them operate in internationally and regionally competitive markets. Next slide. Geographically, manufacturing and mining jobs span the state. You can see just about the whole state covered, other than the Adirondacks and a few other spots. And they make up about 17,000 business locations in a total, again, of around 400,000 jobs. In New York State, nearly all of these jobs are in manufacturing, including in top industries like pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing or commercial printing. There are really only a few thousand mining jobs in the state, and most of those don't relate to trade-exposed activities. It's more like rock quarrying for construction, as opposed to, precious metal mining or oil and gas extraction. So next slide. So this chart shows our analysis of what we think are the top 30 most energy-intensive industries in the country within manufacturing and mining. And the most energy-intensive industry is at the bottom, which would be lime manufacturing, which appears to spend approximately 19% of its revenues on electricity and fuel. But then you see other industries that follow, like aluminum, industrial gas, cement, glass container manufacturing, as well as a number of mining industries. And we've rated, I think, nearly 400 industries, and there's additional detail on climate.ny.gov, but these are the top 30, both based on our national data. Next slide. So this slide takes the top 30 most energy-intensive industries in the U.S. and plots out roughly how many occupations in the state there are and what are the most common occupations. And so while, there aren't lime manufacturing jobs in New York State necessarily, there are jobs in some of these other sectors. And in particular, looks like we only have about 9,400 jobs in the top 30 energy-intensive industries. And there's a mix of common and unique occupations here. So you see some occupations like construction laborers, heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers that may be more general and be able to find opportunities in less energy-intensive sectors of the economy. But you also see other occupations that seem much more specialized within these industries, jobs like excavating and loading machine and dragline operators and surface mining. And so those occupations may face more limited opportunities outside of the sectors. Next slide. So on this slide, we've recreated a chart that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency developed in 2010, but with newer data. And specifically what we're showing here is we're plotting manufacturing and mining industries based on how energy intensive they are, which is the x-axis, or how trade intensive they are on the y-axis. And trade intensity refers to a lot of international exchange and typically correlates with being subject to more competition and, again, less able to pass along costs. Further, the size of each industry's bubble is to scale, and it represents the total number of jobs that it employs in New York State. So on the right-hand side of the chart, you can see a bubble with 10,000 jobs. Any bubble that size is roughly 10,000 jobs. Bigger or smaller, you get the picture. Just two things I want to point out on this slide. The first is that the vast majority of manufacturing and mining industries and jobs in New York State appear to be in sectors with energy intensity below 2.5% or so. And that's where you can see the red line. So that means they spend under 2.5% of their revenues on electricity and fuel costs. On the other axis, the y-axis, there is a very high degree of trade intensity. You can see it goes all the way up to 200%. And under the EPA's analysis back in 2010, an industry only had to have trade intensity of 15% to be considered trade exposed. And most of these industries would exceed that threshold. Next slide. All right, finally, this slide limits our view to a subset of industries from the last chart to highlight those with at least 2.5% energy intensity and at least 450 jobs in New York State. So nothing significant about this cutoff other than it allowed us to visualize what seemed to us to be some of the more energy intensive, larger industries in New York State. And if you look at employment, the two largest bubbles are really paper mills and semiconductors and related devices. But you can also see other bubbles that represent hundreds of jobs in industries like aluminum, cement, industrial gases, glass container manufacturing. These are industries that are in New York State that consume a lot of energy and, again, have a fair amount of employment. Next slide. So in conclusion, while the vast majority of New York State manufacturing and mining jobs seem to fall in less energy intensive industries and represent a pretty small share overall of private sector employment, there are still thousands of manufacturing and mining jobs in industries that do spend a significant share of their revenues on electricity and fuel. And those are some of the industries that might be most sensitive to some of the policies that this council is talking about. With that, I'll transition into talking about some of the potential challenges and opportunities facing EITE industries that were raised by the Just Transition Working Group's Business Impact Subgroup. Next slide. So this product responds to two other statutory requirements of the CLCPA. First, it presents recommendations on how to address issues and opportunities related to energy-intensive and trade-exposed entities. And second, it includes measures to minimize the leakage risk and anti-competitive impacts of any potential carbon policies or energy sector mandates. Now, an important caveat is that because the state does not yet have a scoping plan, we don't have a precise view into the specific challenges and opportunities or the leakage risks and anti-competitive impacts that will be facing New York State's industries. So I guess as a result, these items are not necessarily specific recommended issues or courses of action. It's more a preliminary list of potential issues and measures based on our general understanding of what the state's transition to a clean energy economy could mean to industry as a whole. Next slide. So this slide is a summary of some of those key specific challenges and opportunities, as well as some potential strategies to address them. And again, like the other materials, there's more information in the full materials that were distributed. The first challenge facing industry, and the most existential, is business or emissions leakage. In other words, that a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions in New York State could be offset by an increase in emissions in another state. You can think of this, as Keith mentioned earlier, as squeezing air out of one end of a balloon and just having it reappear to inflate the other end of the balloon. And typically, leakage occurs when economic activity that emits greenhouse gases relocates from a jurisdiction that has adopted climate change mitigation policies that increase its cost to another lower cost jurisdiction that lacks such policies. Concerns tend to be most prominent when a jurisdiction is considering stricter industry-wide emission schemes like cap and trade, which generally necessitate special treatment for EITE to avoid leakage risk or at least minimize it. And while no such scheme is currently being recommended for the state, should such a scheme be contemplated, the Business Impact Subgroup did provide a number of examples of measures that we would want to consider to help mitigate leakage, things like early action incentives, output-based rebates, and other targeted systems that provide special relief for EITE industries. A second challenge facing industry that was mentioned frequently was simply electricity and fuel costs and controlling those costs, as well as maintaining system reliability. As we talked about before, increases to electricity and fuel costs are going to disproportionately hit EITE industries because of how much money they spend on them. And similarly, for the heavy energy users, the lack of a stable electric system can result in leakage and other anti-competitive impacts. So, some of you may have read recent media reports from the power outages in Texas, and, I believe some of them suggested perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars in losses from the semiconductor industry alone due to those power issues. So, very significant, and especially for energy-intensive businesses. In response to the second set of challenges, a few suggestions were offered. First, low-cost clean power programs like those offered by NYPA can help keep electricity costs and emissions low. And second, encouraging industries to improve their energy efficiency or install on-site renewable and storage to lower their energy costs. Shifting away from challenges to opportunities, we know the clean energy economy will also provide industry with significant new supply chains and markets. But in order for industry to become aware of and act on some of these opportunities, it should regularly partner with those who are on the cutting edge of this transition. You know, groups like clean energy developers, consortia, and other economic development networks. Following the suggestion from the EITE panel, it will also be important to recognize and grow markets for low carbon products and services, which in addition to procurement preferences, should really include working with other jurisdictions and agreeing to common standards to make sure that New York-based products are attracted to and sought after in those jurisdictions as well. So to wrap up, while we've offered general observations on potential issues and opportunities facing industry, the specifics will also be dictated by the final scoping plan. Next slide. Okay. I think it's to you, President Harris.
Indeed. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Commissioner Reardon. Let's move on now to cover our power plant related tasks briefly. Next slide, please. Our work in this area is tied to two very specific deliverables called for in the CLCPA, and which we decided to set up a subgroup to focus on specifically. So the two power plant tasks are, one, identifying generation facilities that may be closed as a result of a transition to a clean energy sector, and two, identifying issues and opportunities presented by the reuse of those sites. So these directives set the parameters for our work together. Next slide, please. Let's first take a look at the task of identifying issues and opportunities presented by power plant site reuse. This is an area where I think we all agree there are both challenges as well as promises of opportunities moving forward. And certainly transitions related to power plants are a critical element of how a just transition will unfold across New York and the country at large. You know, this slide first outlines the top issues that our work group identified, spanning a wide range of considerations and factors. Listed here, workforce displacement and impacts on the local economy, reduced property taxes, issues associated with parcel ownership and transfer, with local planning capacity and community engagement as well. The issues also include topics relating to dormant site impacts, environmental remediation, reliability impacts, and stranded assets and infrastructure impacts. We have details developed for each of these that will be included in the materials we post publicly, but this is the summary as it exists on the first set of topics. Next slide, please. Similarly, on the opportunity side of the ledger, there are a range of other potential opportunities presented by site reuse. The options for beneficial, productive reuse are numerous, as you can see laid out by category here. Besides on and off-site clean energy opportunities, other models exist for commercial redevelopment, residential, commercial, mixed use, etc., for port and marine infrastructure, for industrial reuse applications, including information technology and data centers, and manufacturing for green space and park infrastructure, including for climate resilience. And in general, an important opportunity presented by reuse is the chance to diversify and extend property tax revenues from a site, which many, if not all, of these categories have the potential to do. You know, reviewing this list and notably to Chair Howard's question during the EITE panel on power plants and Bitcoin, you know, obviously close attention needs to be paid to ensure industrial applications are energy efficient and powered by clean energy so as to further the objectives of the CLCPA and the economic development goals together. If we turn to the next slide, I want to pivot to the power plant inventory, our second power plant related task. This is a requirement of the statute that we have to fulfill. to inform the deliberations of our broader work, and our hope is to compile key information about the existing generation fleet that will be useful to a range of stakeholders. And importantly, we'd like the inventory to assist in ongoing and future planning efforts at the local and state level, and potentially to position the state well for any future federal resources. Some of you may have seen the new federal interagency working group on coal and power plant communities and economic revitalization, which is focused on identifying and delivering federal resources to revitalize the local economies of coal, oil and gas, and power plant communities, ensuring benefits and protections for workers in these communities. So this is something for us to keep our eye on closely. You can see here that the overall premise is that insights into the location and timing can help us lead to meaningfully improve just transition outcomes, which is our broader objective. So we have tried to identify here the fact that this inventory, what this inventory is and what it is not. It is informational rather than predictive or decisional. However, it does focus on objective power plant metrics and data points, most salient for future transitions. So we hope that it will become useful for future planning and decision making as well. Next slide, please. So as we look at the results of our research, we have considered a universe of facilities summarized here, broken out into private facilities owned by independent power producers and investor-owned utilities, and public facilities such as those owned by or under contract to serve NYPA, LIPA, and municipal utilities. On the private side, there are 32 facilities that have shown up in our research, representing roughly 16,000 megawatts of capacity, but inclusive of several gigawatts of previous or known retirements, plus additional capacity that will be out of service pursuant to the DEC emission regs. A somewhat similar story on the public side, where there are just about 29 facilities that have shown up in our research, representing just 6,500 megawatts of capacity, but also capacity that will be out of service later this decade under the DEC regs as well. And the bottom of the slide is a reminder about the overall statewide generation fleet, which includes 38,000 megawatts of total capacity, of which 26,000 megawatts are fossil-based resources, with a count of roughly 150 individual emitting facilities. And as shown in the appendix to NYSERDA's Clean Energy Industry Report, there were roughly 24,000 employed in New York's traditional power generation sector overall, which includes not only direct plant workers, but also the full supply chain of firms engaged in facility construction, maintenance, manufacturing, and operations, as well as wholesale parts distribution. Next slide, please. In the interest of time, we won't get into the specifics of employment data compilation, but through direct submissions from members of our working group, subgroup, and via aggregated data from the Department of Labor, these data inputs suggest that the facilities on our inventory correspond to at least 2,100 jobs, with additional jobs expected for the minority of plants on the inventory where data is not available. Next slide, please. We included the full version of the inventory in the materials that members of the council received in advance and which will be posted on the CAC website for the public to review. So shown here on this slide is just a preview of how the inventory looks with the data's categories and columns across the top and illustrative power generation facilities in the rows beneath. Happy to speak further to any questions council members may have as you digest that data. Next slide, please. And last but not least, the job study. Next slide. The job study is also a statutory requirement of the Climate Act. And in December 2020, a contractor was selected by NYSERDA from a competitive bidding process to support staff on the detailed research and analysis of the job study, which will run through 2021, concluding by the end of this year. There are 3 core objectives of the job study, including first, developing the structural and analytic framework to estimate the number of jobs created and lost due to climate change mitigation strategies, investments, and related scenarios. 2, measuring and describing the employment impacts by industry and occupation for each climate change scenario based on the outputs from the process developed in the first objective. And 3, estimate the workforce implications associated with each of the climate change mitigation strategies and related scenarios. So the job study team, led by BW Research, has most recently completed a literature review of national research studies focused on jobs impacts associated with other states' climate action policies and decarbonization strategies. So more work to be done there, certainly. And for the next steps, the job study team is examining and revising the final list of sectors and subsectors for their modeling efforts. Their team is leading with initial model outputs from the electricity sectors and solar subsectors. I know we are eagerly looking forward to upcoming updates from the job study team and their important work. Last slide, please. And I know I am joined by Commissioner Reardon in thanking, with sincere thanks for the members of the Just Transition Working Group who represent a multitude of interests and have worked quite collaboratively and productively to achieve the milestones we're presenting here. I know our work is still continuing. We are not moving on as many advisory panels will be given the scope that we discussed today, but we wanted to specifically call out and thank the members of the working group for their important contributions to date. And with that, I will, I believe, probably just hold on this slide and see what questions we've gotten in. It looks like Donna, you're on the top of my question list. Donna?
Thanks, Doreen. It was a legacy hand, but I do have a question, so thank you. And it's, I think it was slide 123. You don't have to pull it up. I think, Kevin, you covered this. And I just wondered if you could say more about how you're going to think about reliability, resilience, and fuel costs. You know, you mentioned Texas, and I know we've talked about, you know, the question of cost. How is this going to impact business customers in this case? So I'm just interested in what more you might say about that.
Sure. I'll start, and President Commissioner, feel free to chime in further, obviously. So the perch of the business impact subgroup was mainly to focus on, you know, what are the issues that industry is concerned about and what are the opportunities for those groups. So I think, you know, the way we considered it was for certain industries that need especially uninterruptible power supply or have very complex production processes where if the power goes out, a whole batch gets spoiled. And, you know, you're talking millions of dollars in losses, that is on their top list of things that are very important to them as part of the clean energy transition. So we had the easy job. We just got to call out some of the problems. We didn't have to be smart and figure out how to fix them. I think the power gen panel is probably pretty consumed with questions like that. So that's how I'd answer.
Yeah, I'd agree, Kevin. And I know next month we're going to have equally robust discussion around some of the findings of the Power Generation Advisory Panel, Donna, where I know these issues have been central, and of course include many of the members of our community who are responsible for topics like reliability and resiliency as well. So I think if you can if you can hold on for a month, I think that's where a lot of this will come in from the supply side as well.
Thank you.
Raya.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And it really is, I think, a very helpful imagining and also, you know, deep dive into, you know, what a just transition, you know, can look like. And there's a lot there, and I look forward to, you know, digging in and continuing to talk about these issues. So I just have a couple of things I wanted to just mention. Certainly, love to see the inclusion of what seem like some robust educational initiatives, in addition to MWBE initiatives. I'd love to see it you know, and it I heard that, you know, NYSERDA would be spearheading some of those educational initiatives, which is fantastic, and also, you know, definitely sort of beg the question, where is our, our universities, where are, our education, folks, et cetera. Another thing I wanted to ask is, and I know that this may be a part of the disadvantaged communities discussion, but is there a gender lens on the job study and these discussions in general, and how is that being put forth? And the last thing I wanted to say is, from the last break that we had, I do think that how the state and how agencies are going to implement Section 7 and interagency plans to do that is absolutely critical and should 100% be a part of these discussions. So that's a comment. And the gender lens is a question, as is how do we make sure these education initiatives, really take heart in our education community.
So this is Commissioner Reard. Let me jump in on the education piece. It is very clear that for many communities, in order to participate in the green economy, we're going to have a real educational strategy. Young people don't aspire to jobs they don't know about. And so it's going to be really important that we develop this pipeline, as it says, all the way, from kindergarten all the way through whatever post-secondary education people have. At the DOL, it's always been a focus that education is a critical part of this. And we've had very robust conversations with our education partners, certainly with SUNY and CUNY and both the community colleges and the four-year colleges. I think the partnerships with K through 12 are actually potentially some of the most impactful, because that's really where young people begin to develop the basis for this work. We know that, for instance, deficiencies in math and reading comprehension right now, before you go to the green economy jobs, right now is a hindrance to a lot of young people trying to find a career path. So that is a really critical part of this. And, it's a part that I really, I enjoy focusing on, and the conversations have been really good so far, but we're going to need everybody, parents, communities, educators, to insist that these things are, top of mind when we're talking about, what do people need in school. As for the Section 7, I'm very happy to report at the DOL, we have a green team that we've already instituted. We have had people looking at high, medium, and low targets. It can be something as simple as making sure that you you copy on both sides of the paper when you're copying things, to much more elaborate. I want to have a green roof on building 12 in Albany. But these are things, changing out the fleets. We all have cars that we use, changing them out so that they are also part of this. It is something that we take very seriously. And I know my fellow commissioners are also looking into their own agencies to see, this begins at home. We have to be the change we want to see. And I think all of the commissioners are very aware that we can't ask businesses and communities to do things that we're not willing to do ourselves.
Yeah, and thank you, Raya. I think you've hit on, as has been the case for this entire meeting, this very critical nexus that we are needing to really address together. It is true that women are underrepresented in clean energy in New York and in the U.S. at large. And this is a very specific focus that we have to have in our efforts together. We have a lot of work to do in this respect, and it's an area for improvement and growth. I think with respect to the job study, I can certainly take this back to the team as to, a very specific deliverable. But I do know, the reason I know the information I'm providing you today is because our Clean Energy Industry Report, which is also led by BW Research, does look at demographics as part of the annual longitudinal study that the CEIR represents. So I think that's a very logical and important next step. We are seeing some improvements in our even the workforce responses that we're getting in various initiatives that NYSERDA executes on. I know Adele Ferrante has been integral to many presentations to the Just Transition Working Group, and she's talked about projects coming forward that are focusing on what are called non-traditional areas of employment, such as training in the building trades for women and beyond. So definitely a focal point. Reasons for optimism, but definitely a focal point.
All right. Thanks to you both.
Thank
Doreen,
you. Yep.
This is Rose, and I've been here actually.
Hi, Rose.
Quietly, I couldn't get the work, and also I have limited connectivity. But I have one, so I'm butting in on whoever raised their hands. But I just have one comment, Roberta, on your jobs programs. You should definitely tap in to the Empire Conservation Corps, which is administered by state parks and by DEC. And we really, and I know that the current commissioner has really ramped it up for job training, particularly in energy. And it's already in existence, it's funded, and it has, a small number, and it's youth from 18 to 25. And it has about 100 who we provide residency and room and board training, and then on site. Much of the training is on site parks and forest reserves. So just a thought again of tapping in. And I also, just in the previous comments, love the thought of, getting the regional economic development councils kind of wired in to all of this. And now I'll go away and I'll learn how to raise my hand.
Thanks, Rose. Very quickly, I want to say that, when people talk about jobs training for the green economy, they often think about the building and the construction and the transmission of energy. And those are very important jobs. But as Rose just said, the breadth of work that's going to be out there in this new economy is really exciting. So opportunities to talk to particularly younger people about when they're choosing a career, that there are wonderful opportunities that are in unusual places. So thank you for mentioning that program. It's a great program and I love working with them.
Great.
Yes, and I would say, Rose, yes, welcome back to the meeting. I meant to say hello at the beginning of this session, but we are also, we're working very closely with parks, so I think we certainly could follow up in that regard. But we're also developing in this year's State of the State a Climate Justice Job Corps fellowship program. And we're coordinating with other agencies in implementing that program as well. So just another example of the coordination between agencies that is necessary here under the Climate Act. Next on the list is Bob. Bob?
Thank you, Doreen, and thank you for your efforts and that of all of the panel here. I think as Raya said, it's quite a deep dive. It's a great start. I'm really delighted to see that. I just wanted to comment on one point and really come back to that, what John Howard had raised up earlier about the cryptocurrencies and the Bitcoin. And you've addressed that, but I'm not sure everyone fully realizes the concerns. Here in the Finger Lakes where I live, Greenwich is proposing such an operation on Seneca Lake, only about 20 miles from where I live. And it's a massive consumer of power if it were to go forward. And there are thoughts that it might happen in the other coal plants that have closed in our area, including here on on Cayuga Lake. And just for context, I've been led to believe that some provinces in both China and India are on the edge of putting bans on cryptocurrency plants because they cannot meet their energy needs and their greenhouse goals with this going ahead. And so I think it's critical that we on the Climate Action Council consider how this plays out. And my question is, I don't really understand the regulatory aspect, but the energy use will be entirely behind the meter. And so I gather there's no role for the PSC engaged at all. And I'm wondering what the current regulatory framework for these sort of facilities is, or what might be envisioned, and how we would make sure that these things don't just completely blow us out of the water with regard to the CLCPA goals.
Now I can tell you what our oversight is. Once we do our Section 70 approval, meaning that the facility is no longer hooked up to the grid and impacts customers, it all becomes behind the fence and it becomes industrial use exclusively, and the air and water permits go to DEC. And in terms of local zoning and planning, that is the local community.
Yeah, and Bob, it's Jared Snyder for DEC. You know, we are in the permitting process right now with regard to that particular facility. You know, any of these facilities would have to meet all of our applicable standards, and most of our, you know, regulatory requirements apply without regard to the use of the facility, though there are some that are focused, you know, specifically on the power sector. So, you know, this is an area, however, that, you know, as you recognize in your question, it is something that the council can consider, you know, whether there are the need for any specific recommendations. You know, with regard to you know, this category sort of falls between a gap. Is it, you know, is it an energy intensive trade exposed industry? You know, what is it? And so, you know, interested to hear thoughts.
Thank you both for that feedback. I would suggest that this is something that the council take under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And thanks for the additional background on that particular use case. Moving on to Peter.
Hi, I just want to thank Bob for raising that, and thanks, Jared, for that answer. I agree wholeheartedly that it's something the council should consider. And I would just sort of suggest that I wouldn't consider it an energy intensive or trade exposed entity, because there, you know, if you look at the definition of what might apply to an alternative compliance mechanism, I think it's pretty clear that that entity in particular would have a hard time sort of suggesting that it couldn't, you know, eliminate its emissions through other means. So anyways, one question I had, and I think it was more in the written materials, was this whole concept of an extended compliance pathway for sources where it seemed like early pollution cuts might generate an extended compliance pathway for some sources. And I'm just curious if there's any discussion where in the statute is the authority for extending compliance beyond the 2050 deadline. And if it came out of left field, it's part of the materials that looked at business challenges and opportunities. The written materials, I had it on slide 36, I believe. It was business challenges and strategies, business emissions leakage. I guess my question is there any kind of point directly to statute where something like this would be allowable under the CLCPA? I can't seem to find any, but I was just curious.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I must say I'm wondering if Kevin Hansen might have something to say about this, given the focal point of the business impacts subgroup, but we may need to take that back if Kevin isn't familiar.
Yeah, sorry, Peter, if you could maybe quickly describe the context of the statement and what's said? Maybe that would help.
Yeah, I apologize. There's a lot of note taking going on today. I had to refer back to it. So it was in the written sort of slide deck, and it was under the slides, business challenges and strategies. I'm looking at my PDF. It looks like slide 36, business and emissions leakage, and it was a potential strategies, incentives for early action, and then examples, including case studies, was related to max standards for significant sources, so toxic air emissions. I don't think there's a space for this type of extending of compliance deadlines under the CLCPA, and I just wanted to confirm whether that's correct, or if there was some discussion around it where in the CLCPA people think this authority resides.
So I didn't author that specific point, but I think I may know what it pertains to. So the discussion that I was familiar with the business impact subgroup around incentives for early action, meant, I think, a couple different things, and in part was predicated on this, hypothetical scenario where we take a different type of, emission limit regulatory approach. But in such a scenario, I think there were 2 points raised. I think one point was, considering a way to not punish some of the industrial actors that may have already taken early actions. So, prior to 2021 have electrified or, switched their production process or whatever. But I think there was also this desire of, instead of just saying you would have to meet X emission limit by Y year, if you made progress ahead of schedule and reduced your emissions even more, you might end up with some kind of a bankable, tradable credit. I don't think there was anything, at least intended to mean, for post-2050 action, at least that I was part of a discussion about. But otherwise, I think we'll have to get back to you if it's something.
Yeah, that whole concept of bankable and tradable obviously triggers a little bit of a warning with me. But thanks, I appreciate the answer, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Kevin. That does make sense, at least in the context of the various goals by year. But Peter, we'll have to follow up on that one. Thank you for bringing that up. Looks like the last hand raised is Dennis. Dennis, I'll double check that I have it.
Thank you, Dorn. It sounds like it almost feels like we talked about workforce development a month ago, but I know we just covered it under the just transition. So one of the things I really want to keep pointing out is that there's a lot of local initiatives that are looking at workforce development. And I would really encourage us all to kind of like tap into that. If you look at the current need for manufacturing, it's staggering in terms of the amount of openings that are there. So thinking about that level of how do we make connections to those openings in terms of kind of like aligning with some really interesting diversity and equity community groups that are out there. So I think we got a real opportunity. And then if you add on what's happening in the green innovation in the industry and the potential growth of green manufacturing or jobs associated with carrying out and implementing the Climate Act, it's only going to exacerbate it but create more opportunities. So it's really going to be a balancing act for us all to fill the jobs that are currently open, but through diversity and equity programs. I just think the opportunity is there. We just got to connect those dots, and there's a lot of work in each of the regions that really will point that out. And under the comprehensive career pathway programs, we make specific mention of including manufacturing associations, including MACNY. I'm not sure why MACNY was called out specifically. Unless if I look, I'm sure there's a member on that working group. But I would include a broader inclusionary, which would include the Real Estate Board of New York, the Building Owners and Management Associations, New York State Economic Development Council, along with the REDCs, and not really try and focus on one group. I just think it takes us off message that there's a broader issue that with challenges and opportunities, and there are some really good groups out there that we can draw on. In terms of the business challenges and opportunities that were mentioned earlier about electricity, fuel costs, system reliability, quite honestly, I think New York has a great opportunity to look at resiliency from the point of view of the actual ratepayer, the customer, the taxpayer, the marketplace. I mean, if I look at California and Texas, we point to different issues that have created outages, but I don't hear them talk enough about who's impacted by the outages, and that tends to be the people that are at the point of use, where energy is consumed. And so I like the potential strategies there of thinking about, on-site renewable electricity and energy storage, clean power programs. But we can't lose sight of the fact, and I will be a broken record on this, is it's not just about lowering costs, but it's actually about building local capacity. And I just encourage us, don't wait for the capacity need to arise, because then what will happen is that we're going to face these huge infrastructure investment opportunities for the utilities. And really, we can ask the utilities to really rethink their distributed system implementation plans and really start to think about this much more holistically, and not to wait for the problem to come about so that we can all solve it like we just rode in on the white horses here. I think point of use energy storage, by controlling peak demands and spreading that over a 24-hour period, makes it a much more efficient process. But that has to be part of a global, a more holistic solution, because the cost at the point of use is much higher than grid level storage. But I think there's a higher value by looking at it from the point of view of where the energy is consumed. The last thing, and it's something I might have missed, Doreen, but I didn't see some of the retired or mothballed coal plants on the list of power plants. But those are, and maybe I missed it, and I apologize for that, but I'm very familiar with Dunkirk and Tonawanda, so I just wanted to mention that. Thanks, Doreen.
Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, please, Commissioner. Yeah.
Oh,
please.
sorry. I'm just going to jump in on the workforce stuff. So you are absolutely correct. There are many, many groups out there that we are going to work with. Yes, Randy Wolkin is on the Just Transition Working Group, so that's probably one reason MACD was mentioned, but there are many groups and we want to work with all of them. The DOL is very closely connected to all of the workforce development boards across the state. They're going to be critical here, and it's important that they understand they have a new mission, that this is not business as usual. We're really changing and upping the ante, as it were. I have been fortunate, actually, to work with the REDC process since I came in as a commissioner, because I've been able to be on the SIAT. So coordinating across the state with the 10 regions is a really important part of what the DOL tries to do. And clearly, it's going to have to be part of the strategy. I think that as you look at what workforce development is going to be in this new economy, it's not going to be a top-down effort where we push everything down to the local level. We have to work with who's on the ground now, make sure, as you say, that the jobs that are there now get filled, but also they begin to understand how that's going to evolve and change and what the training processes need to be.
Thanks, Commissioner. And then on the two plants you'd mentioned, Dennis, just noting that those two plants retired prior to the passage of the CLCPA, so they weren't on the maybe closed list, per the language of the statute itself. But from the perspective of our planning and other state support, it certainly will be open to Dunkirk and Huntley and any others. We certainly follow that and engage to the extent applicable actively in their ultimate redevelopment. So looking at the hands, there are no hands raised, other than Dennis, which I assume is just left over. So I will ask to please turn to our last slide, please. There we are. All right. So for next steps, a couple of things. The team has been taking careful notes during this discussion. Sincere thanks, I know, on behalf of Commissioner Sagos and frankly, on behalf of the entire Climate Action Council for the very detailed feedback that you all provided today. I know having the materials in advance afforded you the opportunity to sort of be ready with very specific points, and you delivered them. And for that, we're really thankful. But with that said, I'm going to ask if I think it would be a good idea for the detailed notes from this meeting to be used as to highlight very specific topics for our future discussion as a council. I think there's been a number of points raised that ultimately I think there's been some virtual nodding saying, yes, these are topics that the council really needs to be taking up. And in doing so, I think I'd like to just commit to doing that between this meeting and the next, which is our next meeting in May. And following a very similar format as today, it will cover recommendations from the Housing and Energy Efficiency, Transportation, Power Generation, and Land Use and Local Government advisory panels at another full day meeting, which I think may even require a bit more of your time. So thanks in advance, given the scope of those topics. In between now and then, I think it will make sense for us to share the notes from this meeting to ensure we're in agreement as to the key points that were raised, of course. So we'll commit to doing that. And then as discussed, our June meeting will be focused on adaptation and resilience recommendations. I know topics that came up in a couple of points today by the members, as well as feedback from the Climate Justice Working Group on all of the recommendations. So I think June will be a nice comprehensive time for us to think about this holistically. So with that, I am prepared to close the meeting a half an hour early, if we're allowed to call it early at this point. Commissioner Sagos, anything you'd like to add?
All good, Madam President.
All righty. Well, many thanks for your time and attention and contributions today.
Doreen, can I ask one question? It's Gavin.
Yes.
Just because I've gotten asked this question, is there an opportunity for public comment or input from the public on any of these deliberations at this point? Are you taking comments from the folks that are monitoring this? Or when will the public be asked to comment?
Hey, Gavin, this is Maureen at DEC. So we always receive feedback from the public at the climateact@dec.ny.gov, and that information is placed on a SharePoint for the council members that you have access to. So we all are welcome to receive feedback at any time on this, but the formal public comment period will commence after the release of the draft scoping plan.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, it's a good point. Thanks, Maureen, for pointing that out. And then I know I speak for the advisory panel chairs in saying that each of us and the recommendations you're hearing today are informed by, in each case, robust meetings, including public comment sessions that we each held as well. So I think Maureen's pointed out 2 incremental opportunities beyond what we've already received.
So Doreen, this is Peter. Just one quick question. I may have missed it, but is there a date yet for the June meeting?
I will need to look at my calendar unless anyone on this call knows. No, it looks like we do need to canvass and schedule the June meeting, Peter, which you can expect shortly.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, with that, we'll close the meeting with our thanks and hope you all have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
everybody.
Take care.
Oh, you know what? I will say,